5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good evening, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, good day, goodbye. Hello, wherever you are in the world, one of those will apply to you. Maybe going virtually bold and having the light behind me just for that position isn't the best decision, but there we go. Gray, how the devil are you? I need to get that sweatshirt out with how the devil are you on there. I think that was before Tom's time. That used to be my catchphrase, how the devil are you? I need to bring that back instead of the good afternoon, good evening and all that shit. But welcome along, Leicester Till I Die TV. How are you? It's Friday night football. Yeah, messes my week up. Fuck off, Sky. But there we go. We're stuck with it. If we weren't Leicester and have just got relegated, we wouldn't be on the TV so much. So would you sooner be Leicester? Always on TV, or Derby, never on TV. If you've joined us, join in the chat. As you can see, they are already coming up at the bottom there. Gray's coming up the bottom, but that's another show completely for After the Watershed. Remember to like, subscribe, and share the video. If you're watching on catch up, by which time hopefully I'll have put in the dividers for the times. You can like it and subscribe as well. And if you are listening via YouTube podcast, and I still don't know exactly how that works, but there you go. They do a podcast for a thing as well that we put it up on. Tom, good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening, Chris. I'm great. It looks like you're about to preach from the top of a pulpit in a church tonight. It's all very angelic at the top of your head there. But maybe it suits playing football under the Friday night lights. Maybe it does.
Or maybe I'm just blessed.
Hopefully we're blessed tonight, mate. Hopefully you're sending the blessing through the world of YouTube to Leicester City themselves, because we could really kind of need 3 points tonight now after a couple of draws, don't we, guys? We do. Just put the team up going along the bottom. So if you like my bottom, that's where it is.
We do need a win, but if I'd given you 4th place after 7 games, still awaiting the points deduction, which we are going to get. Yes, we are. We've got a pint on this, haven't we?
We're going to mention this every show until it happens. Yeah. We're going to have a cut-off point, Chris. We're going to say after the January transfer window, we'll say if there's nothing happened, I've won.
I don't know when we can say you've won, actually, but we know when I've won.
Because knowing with Leicester, we could get one next season, yeah? Because you know what we're unlike. Sorry, but it could go on forever, couldn't it?
It's true. But no, all joking aside, hi Ray, hi Wayne. If we had, a long time no see, Wayne, if I'd given you 4th after 7 games, you'd have bit my hand off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, 100%. And I think it dawned on me the other day as well, Chris, the way you also want to look at it is we'd have taken being ahead of Ipswich and Southampton, because I think a lot of us didn't expect that to be happening. So I think so far, I think we can view it in that way. But it's one of those right now where a couple of games back-to-back, we got 2 points. The Oxford one, you can argue, was a very well-fought point. The last one was a game we had 10 shots on target. We probably should have edged it, and we didn't. So I think today's the day you look at. Friday night game, it's a bit of a carnival atmosphere, like I always say. The sort of game you want to go and win against your local rivals as well, right?
there is something about an evening game when it's dark, and we're not put the clocks back yet. We've got another 4 weeks until they go back. But obviously, that's when it gets dark on a Saturday afternoon. But there's something about an evening match in the winter when it's chilly and you've got your coat buttoned up and the lights are on, the floodlights are bright, and you can smell the onions as you're walking towards the ground and you're getting ready. And you're going to have a burger because you can smell it. And hiya, Warren, how you doing, mate? I mean, just there is a special feeling about it, isn't there?
There is, yeah. I mean, I've got great memories of me and my dad going up to a few evening games, because he worked a lot, bless him, and so we went to see like Inter Milan in that pre-season friendly, a late night one it was on a Saturday, and then we went Yeovil away and places like this, and some of my best memories that, so yeah, I've got really good fond memories, especially when that smell of burgers comes, like you mentioned, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Explains a lot about my size, probably, though, doesn't it?
It does about. You can see I've been to the Turkish barbers today, and I had the guy that was doing it, and they got like a trainee talking to me for the whole duration about fitness and gym and losing weight. I'm like, fuck off! I've come in here to have my haircut, not have a lecture about how overweight I am.
I just said that sounds like hard work, mate. Keep cutting.
Yes, I did. Anyway, look, Ipswich are 17th, but they are a game down, and I think that is so wrong that they've got to play the whole game. I understand it, but at least put Ipswich down to 10 men.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you what's interesting, mate. The devil on my shoulder here said to Wayne and Jim, I said, Joe, if we ever get in this position ourselves with 10 minutes to go in a game and we're losing, why don't we accidentally flood the pitch with the sprinklers and say we had a malfunction and we get to replay the match? I mean, it's not really the right way of doing things, but we've seen a precedent now of get out of jail free cards.
We set the original precedent because obviously there was that game against Nottingham Forest when Gary Megson had taken over as manager. In the Caribou Cup or whatever it was known as then, the Milk Cup or whatever. And we'd sacked Martin Allen, who was manager at the time. We brought Gary Megson in. But at half-time, under Martin Allen, Clark Carlisle had a heart attack. Yeah. And he went on to be okay, but he went on to have the heart attack. And so, Nottingham Forest agreed for the game to be cancelled. And then we replayed the game and we gave Nottingham Forest a goal.
We did, that's right. We did the honourable thing. I will say this, though, I'd imagine McKenna would give them a goal at the start of the game, to be fair. However, that still isn't really fair because you can't really do anything about the red card, can you?
Well, they are saying, that he can't play in the game.
Yeah, true, but then you've actually got another pair of legs. Exactly.
But look, we're here to talk about Leicester. We're playing West Brom this evening. It is 4th against 7th. Don't forget, everybody, if you do fancy, and I can see what Tom's reaching for there. Well, I hope I know what he's reaching for.
Yeah.
If you don't fancy losing money to the bookies, you can lose money to your mates. I'm not sure which actually is better. But if you copy, as you can see there, the QR code, and you can join our Matchday Watchalong partner. Lots of new now. Bet against your friends, which is the laugh and the fun about it. And if they win your money, they can then go and buy you a pint. So you haven't totally lost out. And if you do join by using that code only, you'll be going in for a free entry for a prize draw of up to £500 cash. Wow, not too bad. Great Eddie was at Forest for that game. I missed our goal, went toilet, and the police wouldn't let me go back to my seat. Marty's turning into rude, Chris. It's the same crap every week. Ayo Mavididi. I look forward to us having a striker in the... Well...
Chris, I've seen a lot of this sentiment this week from fans, and I kind of get where there's a little bit of the frustration because they're seeing Ayew up top and they're thinking we'd be scoring more goals if we had an out-and-out striker there, right? So I kind of get where it's coming from, but we've had...
Right, I tell you what then. Let me say this then. You want an out-and-out striker up top, let's put Daka in to start.
Well, maybe we should. Maybe we should. I mean, the funny thing is, mate, I was thinking back to the last game, right? Wasn't Thomas taking the corners instead of Ayew?
Yes, but then should you not have your main striker in the... I mean, there's an argument both ways, but do you remember when... was it Roy Hodgson put Roy Keane on corners?
Oh, Harry Kane on corners, yeah.
Yeah. You know, what did I say? Roy Keane?
He said Roy Keane. Yeah. Roy Keane.
Harry Kane.
The time McCarthy did that, he left the camp, mate.
Yeah. No, I meant Harry Kane. So, and look, you can't not play him. If you take Mavididi out of the team when he's done that, that's going to kill the guy's confidence. Yeah, we know there's a good player in there because we've... oh, God, Jim's in. Hang on, this is how Jim pronounces Ayew.
I've been thinking about Woot Faze recently. We all kind of got one, haven't we?
Well, yes, but none of us. Wayne's not even into Monga the way that Jim's into Ayew. But no, look, you that would destroy his confidence completely. Yeah, we know there's a good player in there. We saw it back in the last time we were in the Championship. Telling me that he was rubbish last season, who wasn't?
Yeah.
You know? True. Thank you, Wayne. You know, so you can't just drop him. I'm sorry, and he does occupy a couple of defenders and knackers them out for Monga coming on, which we'll get to in a second. But I tell you what, though, Aaron, I'd sooner have Rude. At the end of the day, your performance on the pitch should get you a start. We started Monga for one game and he was crap. He
was more effective off the bench, wasn't he? I found. Yeah, to be honest. Yeah.
Look,
I get the point.
Don't get me wrong. It's your opinion. I respect your opinion totally. I'm just answering with my opinion. I'm not saying you're right. I
think I think at the end of this game, if it doesn't work, he'll have a point, because I think there's been a couple of games it's happened now, and I think if Ayew isn't in there taking corners and we're not scoring from corners, and he's not in that attacking mid position, I kind of get the point. We need to mix it up a bit, you know. So I think tonight is probably the shit will get off the pot moment, really, isn't it, for some of them?
It is, but this is a team that's got us to fourth. You know, this is let's go and do what Ipswich and Southampton are doing, should we? Because, you know, you can't, praise the manager 1 week and then not. Well, you can praise him and then not praise him, but you can't sort of call his choice when the team that he's put out last week got us a draw and kept a clean sheet against a team that had scored 12 goals in 2 games.
That's right. I tell you what's interesting about the Mavididi thing here is when Ruvan Nistelrooy was here, we used to say all the time, Chris, didn't we, that he's got to do this for next week to get this out of this player, and then the players will turn up and play exactly the same every week. I think the differences with Marty is we are seeing subtle differences week to week in individual performances. So I fully expect this week Marty's gone with Mavs and gone, do this, do that. Little touches, a little bit of confidence work with him. I'd give him 60 minutes. If it doesn't work again, I completely agree. He's got to come off.
Again,
confidence player.
60 minutes, 65, whatever. Let him knacker the defence out, and then bring Monga on.
Agreed.
That is ideal. Now,
he'll score tonight. He'll score tonight, Mavididi. He'll score.
But don't forget, we've got a game tonight. We're lucky that we've got hours early because we play again on Tuesday. And I think you'll see a different lineup for Tuesday as well, you know.
It's a different game as well, Chris. They play 5 at the back, so...
Yeah, so we're going to see... I think we are going to see changes there. You might even see Mavididi start. Mavididi would be better... Not Mavididi, sorry. Monga would be better starting against Wrexham than he will against a very strong West Bromwich Albion. He wasn't very good when he started. And then when you take him off, you bring in Mavididi on. And I have to say, look, and like I say, Aaron, respect your opinion 100%. I don't care who scores.
Nope.
As long as the ball's going in. And the better teams are not relying on one player. Because we've relied on Vardy for the last 4 or 5 seasons. If he was injured or was not scoring, who else was scoring?
I completely understand why Mavrodini's getting a bit this week, because when we're playing AU up top, he's a more defensive forward, right? And that means those guys like Mavrodini and Fatu have to be inside forwards. They have to come in and get the goals. So when it's not happening, and when that chance happened last week and the week before, I get why people are starting to get a little bit frustrated. But I think that's what the week's training's for. And I think tonight, different game, go out there, boys, have a go, bit of confidence. We got time to fix it after 60 minutes, right?
Yeah. Paddy's in. Hello, Paddy. How you doing? Still got your hand up the cow's arse, I presume. Look, it is the same team as last week, so we don't have really got awful lot to talk about. No changes at all. But yeah, AU does what AU does, which is, look, we weren't moaning about him when he got that last minute winner against Southampton, but whilst I said at the start of the season, I think he will fulfil that role until we get a new striker. We've now got a new striker. And I have to say, we'll look at Kate's team in a minute as to, who we should be starting. And I agree, Carranza, thank you. Carranza should be starting, in my opinion.
We're all eager to see him start as well, because obviously he's new as well. So we're all eager to see it as well. But I get the thing. I think tonight the interesting player is going to be James, but we're going to go through this a bit deeper now, aren't we, Chris? So
we are. So, but I just, 8 games in, a manager who's only been in, I say 8 games because, of course, we've had the Coca-Cola Fizzy Pop game as well. 8 games in plus 1 friendly. It's still kind of his pre-season. And look, like I say, it's the right thing to do to put Mavrodini in for this game. I've been screaming at Mavrodini, shoot first time. Stop trying to get it on your left foot. Shoot first time. Fucking shoots first time and it hits the goalkeeper. So I can't say, he's not, he didn't do the right thing because that was what I was screaming him to do. Look, on another day, it goes in. He
gets himself in the right positions and he covers ground like Fatu does. He's not as good as Fatu, but that's what training's for. Like I said last week in the Championship review show, I would get him on the pitch this week and just run him through and show him those clips and go, next time I want you to think I'm doing this. Just little tweaks. And then maybe today he goes and gets 2 and then we're all going, wow. Because that's what Marty has done. He has progressed week on week. And maybe we have a stagnant 2 weeks, but the games themselves haven't helped, have they? They've been,
No. Right, well, let me know. This is the team that he's put out. The BBC say it's 4-3-3, but I think it is 4-2-3-1. Let me just name a few players for you here, Tom. Stolarczyk, Ricardo, Faze, Vestergaard, Thomas, Winks. All right, Fataru was injured most of the season last season. Mavrodini, Ayew. These players, which is 80% of the team, were Rude's players, or the players that Rude had. The only player Rude brought in, he refused to play for some reason. And yet, would you think, if Rude was managing this team, that we would be sat in 4th place, having lost only 1 game and had, let's be honest with you, 3 clean sheets? How many clean sheets did we have under 30-odd games with Rude?
Oh my word! Did we manage 1 in the end? I can't remember. I remember how many games we could have scored for.
Against Southampton or Ipswich, one of the other relegated teams. So he's not. I don't think he's turning into Rude at all. And let's be honest with you, everybody. When Enzo was in charge, 17 points clear at the top. People were coming in and saying, "This is boring."
Yeah,
you know what? You're not going to play. Like I say, Aaron, good points made, and I accept your points. All I'm doing, obviously, is you're making the points. I'm batting them back at you with my opinion. Tom is doing the same. It is all about difference, about opinions.
And also, Aaron's point has been well spoken about in the Leicester fan base this week. So I do see where he's coming from. Like I said, that's what makes tonight such a fascinating game, Chris.
Yeah, and he's put on. It is different levels, but look where 19 games without winning the game, without scoring a goal. I'm sorry, different levels or not, we shouldn't have been that bad. It was down to manager, but Aaron's put his points across very well, and hopefully we've answered some of those, Aaron. Cheers, mate. Cheers. Look, look at that back four. FaZe is in again. And look, you know my sort. I felt about FaZe last season the way that Aaron felt about AU this season, and he does make some good points. But look, FaZe has gone in. You know, Marty used him as a sub until the summer window had finished. You know, he told him off for his cupping of the year. He doesn't like that and what have you. And when he came on, he made a difference. Now, last season, when we looked at that, although Ricardo obviously wasn't there last season, but when we looked at that, the other three as well, and was it Hamza, whoever was on that position, we were going, oh shit, not again. How many are we going to leak this time? And yet, up against a team that beat QPR 7-1, but 5 goals past Derby, all right, not the best teams in the division, but still, we could only manage 2 against Sheffield Wednesday. And they kept a clean sheet.
They did, yeah. They did a really good job. I mean, if you look at that back four, Chris, I mean, if you said to me at the start of this season that would be the back four we'd be in 6 games now, I'd have been quite surprised. I'd have thought Nelson would be in there, right? I'd have thought, you know, maybe Christensen when he was back would have gone in for Thomas. That hasn't happened. I know there's debate about who's the better one or whatever else, but the fact he's getting a tune out of them is quite interesting. And Vestergaard has probably been the best one the entire season, which is the biggest shock of them all. So interesting that, isn't it? And I think going against the West Brom team that will create a lot of chances. Probably from distance, though, it's going to be a game where Jacob's going to have to step up tonight in goal as well. Again, make sure he's on his toes, right?
But again, giving the back four praise, he didn't have that many shots to defend against Coventry because the back four were defending well.
Yeah, well, they were, exactly. And that's kind of the thing, isn't it? You know, and that's what you want. You want to limit it. You want your goalkeeper to be sharp enough so when he's called upon, he'll make a save. But you want to stop him having to make saves. You want to be that last line of defence, you know, the line of defence before him, right? So, yeah, and Gray's just said, I don't think Nelson cuts it, Tom. Yeah, he hasn't so far, understandably, but I still think there's plenty of time here. We haven't got to write him off yet, obviously, have we?
I think for me, I was talking to Wayne, we did the press conference review earlier, looking back at the brief press conference that Leicester put up, the edited, so, you know, it looks good press conference. And it almost feels like, you know, we said Nelson was going to be the one that breaks through this season. Mongo, we know, yes, he has. And then you looked at, like, Alves and Braybrook, and they've gone out on loan with different levels of success. But you've also looking at it and going, well, you know, I don't think Nelson's missed his chance, but just Page as one and Mongo's the other. They just kind of they're the current two, aren't they? That everybody's going, we want to see them. We want to see them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I think it's funny. They've almost got a lack of fear, those two. Nelson, to me, looked like a guy who came in off a good year last year with Oxford, and almost like the expectation of that has almost, you know, raised him up a little bit, if you see what I mean. So I think it's one of those. He'll be in training. He'll be working hard. I think when Nelson comes in and gets an opportunity, don't forget this is football, guys. It was one game against Charlton, against Huddersfield. He was okay. You know, I think there was every opportunity there for him to come in and put a stamp on it, but he's got the ability to do it. So that's the nice thing about it. And the fact that Vestergaard and FaZe are doing so well, I think, I mean, that's an encouraging place to be. And we've got to put that on Marty, really, because I don't see, like say, we talk about Rude. I mean, if Rude was here, maybe we'd probably have 0 points with Sheffield United or maybe 3 draws. We wouldn't have won any games, would we? We'd be less free scoring than this. I know that much.
Yeah, Aaron says Nelson looked good in pre-season. He did.
That's why
so did a lot of the youngsters. And I think this is the thing that you realise that pre-season, it doesn't really, on performance, tell you an awful lot. They always say, oh, it's about fitness, what have you. Well, it kind of is, because nobody wants to go and get injured pre-season. Who was it who got Fofana, wasn't it, who got injured against Villarreal? You don't want that happening to your best players. And to be honest with you, we're not playing the same quality of teams that we're facing tonight, for example. But it did show that if called upon, we've got players there that can step in. Ricardo, I'm glad to see in. Again, I don't think he'll do the 90 minutes. I think he'll come off. The thing is with Hamza, he looked good up until being dropped, but he was awful when he came on for Ricardo last week.
Yeah, he was. That was my argument about I would have started him and then swapped him with Ricardo, which obviously caused a little bit of discourse, which I understand. For me, it was about squad management and making the best out of the squad, but I get about playing your best starting 11, which
No, there was no discussion. You were just wrong.
Yeah. Well, I'll take it. Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind. I mean, you'll just be happy that I'm not the manager because I'd be going with Hamza because I'd want to keep Fatawu free so we could counter attack and score more goals. So that's my perspective on it. With Ricardo, he goes forward, so there's less Fatawu could do on his own going forward. He's got to stay back more. But that's just my 2 cents on that. But happy to see him in there.
And again, I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, exactly. But I'm happy to see Ricky in there. Like I say, the only thing I'm worried about, like all of us, is what if the worst happens and what's the reaction going to be to that when it happens, right? So we're all a little bit worried about the glass making.
I kind of, my opinion on Ricardo. You play your best players as long as their heads are in the right place, which obviously Winks will talk about in the second phase are now. They weren't, and that's why they weren't starting. Ricardo obviously was more of an injury. And I'm like, 90 grand a week. If he's fit, you play him. And he is a better player than Hamza. Hamza's a fairly decent stand-in, and we know that, last season, not last season, 2 seasons ago when we played West Brom, he had a right foot, a left foot, and a header clearance, But, and again, I can see Ricardo playing 60, Hamza coming on, then maybe on Tuesday, Hamza playing 60, and Ricardo coming on. But I don't have any problem with that back four. And like I say, anybody who knows me and Faye's my lack of love affair, I'm being very kind in giving him some credit this season.
Don't forget with Ricardo and Hamza, guys, as well. They're entirely different players. So Ricardo's more of a complete wing back who will go forward, but Hamza is more, actually, ironically, not even a right back. He's more of a wide centre back. So it's a different style of football you're looking at between the two. So you can't really judge them on the same thing because they're asked to do different things.
Yeah. I mean, as you know, for me, Winks is... I would have Winks. I would have Chowdhury in instead of Sumari. And we'll come on to Sumari now because he is a defensive midfielder who can happen to play at right back and do an okay sort of job. Let's be honest with you, if James Justin was still here, he'd be playing right back. Sumari, I just don't know what he gives us. Look, Marty likes him, and Marty we trust. I was surprised that now that Winks is back, that Skip was the one that, or as Marty calls him, Skippy, was the one that was dropped out the two. I really, really don't know, because Sumari should be a box-to-box midfielder. Isn't, because, as I say, he couldn't run between two boxes, in a grocery shop. He's a big bugger and should be able to do what Hamza does, which is a thou shalt not pass.
Yeah.
He turns up when he wants to, exactly. Don't know why he's in there. I would have James in there. But Winks, I mean, he made such a difference when he came on for those games. I think he's changed his attitude and, he deserves to be in there.
Well, there's a couple of things here, isn't there? I think number one, you're right, and I think we're all in agreement on this. I think if Ramsey wasn't suspended, I think James would be in that Sumari role today. I think it'll be Winks and James. I think that's a given. What's interesting again, though, is you go back to the Charlton game, who was the player that covered the most ground? Skip. And it's interesting how we've had before this conversation, we've seen them play together, Winks and Skip, and it never works. So it's fascinating to me how a guy that's covered so much ground and got a pretty good pat on the back from Marty after that Charlton game isn't being considered alongside Winks. That suggests something very interesting, doesn't it, to me, that he obviously sees what we see and how it hasn't worked. But why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it work?
I was going to say that. Moving on, look, we've discussed Mavididi, Monga, so we will leave that for now. Fatawu, look, you can't not play Fatawu, can you? James did all right in that role against Coventry. And we know sort of, Aaron's thoughts on Ayew up front. Ayew does hold the ball up. He will go down and get you a free kick. Those are his two strengths. And he does know where the net is. I don't think centre forward is his best position, although that is where I said I would be starting him. That was only because we haven't got a striker. at that point, apart from Daka, and I wouldn't start Daka at all. But we know that James knows where the goal is. We know that only too well, don't we? So your thoughts on those two before we look at Kate's team?
Yeah, well, my thought on it is that I think this is what everyone in the like Aaron said in the chat, a lot of Leicester fans are getting funny about, because I think a lot of us would probably accept Ayew in attacking mid a lot more than striker, right? Because then we could play Carranza. I think the reason we haven't done it is probably because of this. Well, actually, do you know what, Chris? I don't really know why he hasn't done it. I'm guessing he sees something we don't. I was trying to come up with an argument there, but I get the argument of the Leicester fans on this. We want to see progression, right? So I'll scale myself back in there and go, I think long-term, if Ayew's going to play a role, it probably will be an attacking mid-centre, because that's where his skills will be best utilised, really. Yeah. So, yeah.
You're right there with that comment as well, Greg. I think in James, I see the closest thing to Kieran Dewsbury-Hall since Kieran Dewsbury-Hall.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think that's where he's naturally going to be really good for us, right? And that's what we've probably signed him for as well. So I think credits him for doing us a job, and hopefully he can score us a worldie today, because he has got a shot on him.
Well, hasn't he just? But Aaron Ramsey put a spoke in the works, as they say.
Way too excited, wasn't he?
Yeah. Right, this is the position that, or the team, that Kate picked. Can I just say, with apologies to Kate, that she did pick Monga and not. I'm just told why. I'm just going to download her video, but she did pick Monga instead of Mavididi. I put the wrong player up, but she's like me. Carranza up front with Ayew just behind.
Yeah, I think I'd have gone for a very similar team to this. I mean, I know she went for Monga instead of Mavididi. I still would have gone for Mavididi, which I know is going to set some people.
I would have done. I did, yeah.
Yeah, but I think actually he's a bit like Iheanacho. I think maybe we've gone through the worst of it now. And a little bit of tweaking this week. He gets a bit of time today. He might have one of those games. He goes out and gets a couple, and then before you know it, we're going, wow, he's had one of those games and he's got something to work with, right? So, but yeah, Ayew in the attacking mid position is an interesting one. I think there will come a point where Ayew won't be starting, because we'll end up obviously with Ramsey back, James back in there. Yeah. But then I still have that concern about corners. So I'm intrigued tonight to see if Thomas is taken, if he can get him past the first man for one, or if there's anyone else in this team. Maybe James can take a corner, for example, Chris. I'll be looking forward to see that. And obviously Carranza will completely change the dynamic of the forward play in the team, because he's not just a target man, he's a complete forward. He can do it all. He's really good in the air and great with his feet as well.
Shall we see what Kate's had to say about the starting lineup?
Look forward to it. Let's do it.
Sorry for the delay. We kind of said yesterday, didn't we, that I thought Marty would go unchanged, because I think he would favour Mavididi at the moment. I don't think he'd want to destroy his confidence, because he didn't have a bad performance last week. He just had the two spotlight moments that he fucked up on, basically. It'd be interesting. I think perhaps more people would like to see Carranza and maybe Monga, but hopefully they'll come on a bit earlier this time. We'll just see what happens. But yeah, I'm going to go for a squeaky bum 1-0 win to Leicester.
Fair play. She always nails it, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she's getting these Leicester predictions pretty good every week, and there's me here with 4-1, 3-1 predictions, trying to manifest the impossible. It seems, Chris. So I've knocked a goal off tonight. I've been going 4-1 to Leicester the last couple of weeks. I'm going 3-1 Leicester tonight, but I'll say this and hope I'm going to be positive. I think Mavididi's going to score 2, and I know people are going to go, he's mental, but I'm trying to manifest the positivity. Mavididi's night tonight.
Well, do you know what I went this week?
2-1, was it?
If you'd watched the bloody prediction show, you'd know.
I did. I can't remember. I did watch it. I can't remember.
In fact, Josh went 2-1. I went 3-1. So that's not going to happen, because I've agreed with you. Yeah,
this never goes well when me and you agree, Chris. This show's a lot better when we're disagreeing all over the shop, isn't it? As the chat knows.
Yes, indeed. The problem is I was thinking 2-1, but I didn't want to agree with Josh, because we have a little bit of a separate thing.
I like Wayne's 3-2. Wayne's gone for 3-2, and we had a lot of 3-2s at West Brom, including the Great Escape season, haven't we? So I think Wayne's 3-2 is a sneaky one tonight.
I don't know if my heart would manage that, though. Scott's gone 3-0 to Leicester. Woo. I think Carranza could come on and get a goal. Although I think he's more than likely will get a brace against if he starts against West Brom. But let's have a look at. I mean, this is like we say, this is the West Brom team, and I have to say, none of those I know anything about. So.
No, it's a very championshiply experienced heavy team, isn't it? I mean, Phillips has been around this level for quite a while, very experienced. Mepham, obviously, is a good defender from Bournemouth, Chris, you'll recognise. He's a very good centre-back for this level. You don't recognise him. He was very good for Bournemouth, mate, a few years ago in the Premier League, yeah. And Illing Jr.'s one to watch because he's been at Juventus, I believe, at a point as well, a long time ago. And what's the striker called? I can't see it. Hegebo? Sorry, say it properly because he'll come back and punish us. Hegebo, he's been doing quite well for them as well. So there's a lot of things there. And that Johnson chap used to play for Celtic on the left wing. So there's a lot of quality in that team.
Hegebo, I think it's pronounced. But Hegebo, I'm very much like the West Brom fan we had on the preview show last night. Basically, I know fuck all about other teams because I follow Leicester. I was saying this about, I was on Blue Tinted Glasses, another Leicester channel last night, and we were picking our all-time Premier starting 11. And Perry's gone 2-0, by the way. And we would, and I said, I can remember back in the day, I used to watch other games. I had Sky at the time. I must have had money to burn, and I would watch like Liverpool Newcastle, and it was 4-3. I was thank you, Paul, or lack of it, to be honest with you. We'll give it a few weeks, and I'll be doing the old Jedward. But I think it's just Pepper's just ruined football. It's so boring that I don't want to watch other teams, so I know very little about them. But look, here's the stats. It was a Super 6 game in the predictions. Albion 40%. 40%. Yeah, Kevin Keegan was manager. I always remember him falling behind the advertising hoarding. 40% chance of West Brom winning, 32% chance of Leicester winning, 28% for the draw. This is my mate AI, who is an absolutely lovely woman, for those of you that know. And can I just say that you'll be able to see here, look, the XI is her sister. So there we go. I haven't had the pleasure of AI's sister, but AI is really, really helpful. I like to look into her very, very often. There you can see. Don't start me again. I lost it last night. I can't do it again.
It's just my face, Chris. You carry on.
I am going to clip that because I was literally in tears, and Josh said his stomach hurt. But it's just one of those things that right moment, right time, and it just kind of clicked. Last 3 at home, West Brom have lost, drawn, and won, so a bit of everything. But then again, our last 3 away, we've drawn, won, and lost. So. You can see that West Brom are very good at defence, not so good at attacking. Where Leicester pretty much we're even across both really. Goals scored. Neither was a sort of you remember Perry. Neither was particularly good at scoring, but we're also not not too bad. Sorry, conceding, 6 and 5. It's less than 1 a game. And look at that, clean sheets. 2 for West Brom, 3. Yes, everybody, 3 clean sheets. We did not have that under Rude. I'm sorry to keep going on about it, but we didn't.
No, we didn't. It's true. No, it's exciting. We're talking about 3-1s and 3-2s as a prediction. This has blatantly got 0-0 written all over it, looking at this. But it's the Friday night feeling, guys. I don't know if it's about you, but when it's a Friday night game, there's kind of a feeling like something special is going to happen. We've now reverse jinxed it, no doubt. But Chris, I'll say this, mate. If we're losing at half time, please change that light behind your head to a red one so you look like the devil. It will be a complete switch around from angel and, heaven and hell.
Can I just say, I really wondered where you were going with that one.
Yeah, I'm watching my words after the last watch-along. If people there who watched, I did a Ricky Gervais joke, and we kind of got away with it, which was good. So go back and check it out if you want to have a look.
Yeah, but no, it was the red light that worried me.
Oh, yes. No, I'm not that innocent, mate. I know, I've been to Amsterdam as well. Not to those places. I've seen them from a distance. I'm talking about trouble here. Carry on.
Yeah, but you didn't. You said that and you didn't even realise what you said. But look at the XG toilet paper between them, and the team rating, which is FootMob, 6.98 for West Ham. West Brom as a team, 6.93 for Leicester. Again, hi Jeff, how you doing, mate? He's gone 2-0. Again, while I'm searching something on Google, talk to me about the XG and the team ratings.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, the XG is a funny one for me because it suggests to me, obviously, we're not very good at getting in behind defences, which would actually probably be right this year. Look at the goals we've scored and the chances West Brom create. Both of us have got ability to shoot from long range. We've got Fata, who obviously can do it. We've got James that can do it. And West Brom have got players who can do it as well. Like, I think Marrett's not bad from a long distance and Johnson's good at coming inside as well. So it's going to be an interesting one for the goalkeepers, this, Chris, because sometimes you go to defence is going to do a lot of the work. But I wonder if today the goalkeepers are going to be doing a lot of the work because there's going to be a lot more shots from distance rather than trying to get in behind teams, if you see what I mean. So maybe some corners as well. But I'm going to be intrigued to see how we handle that because we have got to move forward from AU as well. And just to say, Jeff, all the best to you in the Philippines, mate, if a typhoon. So I hope you're all keeping safe, mate.
Oh, my God.
Right. What's happened, Chris?
No. Oh, I've just looked. And I looked on Footy Stats and it said Ruud van Nistelrooy, manager of Leicester City. Jesus Christ! Bloody hell! On that note.
Imagine if this was all the dream and you woke up and we were still with Ruud in charge. It's like, I've seen this before and I know exactly what's happening here. You wouldn't be doing any shows, would you?
No. When was this? Let me just Google on this because Leicester have 2 clean sheets in 42 Premier League matches.
Amazing.
When was that written? That was written December 2024, so we're only halfway through the season.
Yeah, so it's remarkable how we tried the Steve Cooper experiment and then Ruud couldn't even score as many goals as Cooper could, and then we still couldn't defend, right? That's just kind of the point of trying it.
Yes, yeah.
If you're going to do that, you got to have clean sheets.
You have. What was this? I will find out how many clean sheets we got under Ruud van Nistelrooy. The players are coming out, mate, so I'll let you go and search it, and I will see you at half time, sir.
See you at half time. Come on, Leicester. Let's have a good one. Come on, Foxes.
Come on, you Foxes.
Come on. Cheers, guys. Cheers, chat.
See you in a bit. See you in a bit, mate. Right. Let me just get me bra sorted, as they say. Leicester obviously are in the shirt that I'm wearing tonight. I hope you've put yours on, Wayne, for the post-match. Right. So the Leicester team. 4-2-3-1. Don't know why the Mercury keeps saying 4-3-3. I really don't. So Stolarczyk in goal. Back four, Ricardo, Faes, Vestergaard and Thomas. Samari and Winks as the 2 defensive midfielders. Fatua and Mavididi either side of James. And Ayew, I remember Ayew up front at the number 9 position. Right. Right, I'm just going to have a look. Please do smash the likes, and Gray is on tonight. He will, as is Wade. Anybody that gives any spoilers, even if you think you're being clever and having a joke, you're kicked out. Right, let's have a look. So you've got, from when he took over, Leicester City. Two clean sheets last season. Under Rude. And it was Southampton and Ipswich home, both at the end of the season. Right, come on, you Blues. Getting ready to kick off. Do like that music they're playing. The referee's just waiting. And we're underway. So Leicester City in the pink top, which is obviously the one I am wearing, black shorts and pink socks. West Brom are in their blue and white striped normal top, white shorts and blue socks with a white trim. And it's Leicester who get the ball up into the West Brom half. Earlier I was wearing the other pink shirt. I don't know if there's one that... I mean, I prefer this one because I do like the stripe on it. And also, by the way, guys, if you do ask me a question, I might not reply to you because obviously I'm watching and trying to give commentary on the game. Gray or Wayne, one of the guys will answer. They're just showing Jim's favourite player at the moment. We don't know his name. We're just going to call him Jim's favourite player from now on. Hi, Jim. Looking forward to you joining us at the end of the game, obviously with Wayne and Tom. Oh, the referee got his way and stopped Mavadidi getting his ball through. It's a good trick if you can do it. I'm just going to see. So Winks takes the short pass. Just seeing if I can take this down here. Look a little bit more professional. Well, I will have the red light above me, won't I, in the second half, possibly. No, we all have our favourite players, Jim. Oh, a free kick to Leicester, is it? Yeah. Every time Ricardo goes down, I'm shitting myself. Do you like the new graphics, by the way? I didn't like the old ones. Hope you like the new ones. So it's out to Mavadidi. Fatawu. Left-footed, but it hits a West Brom player and he boots it upfield. But there's nobody in our half. Can't believe 2 clean sheets under Ruud van Nistelrooy. Long ball up and over the top. Faze deals with it very well, actually. And Winks passes it back to Faze eventually. Ayew! He's through! Oh! Wow, what a good start. That was a tight angle. Maybe he should have pulled it back. Maybe he should have. I mean, James was there. Maybe he should have brought it back for James. Hi, Prashant. No, it wasn't. I don't think it was. Free kick there for West Brom for some reason. Pereira, obviously captain. I do know that we were saying before about Fatawu, about Ayew not being Aaron's favourite player. But when you look, he was my man of the match last week. Sorry, Aaron, I know that's not what you want to hear. But when you look at his heat map, he was all over the place. Now, in fairness, you don't want that from your striker. He was back defending a lot. Yes, graphs. I'm not sure what you mean there. And you did want him as a striker to be up forward, but he was all over the place. Apparently they keep giving the ball to Harry Winks. Yeah, do you remember that goal against West Brom 2 years ago? Wow. Do I look Chinese now? Ayew. Fatawu. Chips it into the box. Oh, it's headed clear. Back to Fatawu. Oh, he shoots, but it comes up and it's high in the air off a West Bromwich Albion defender. Now it is a free kick. I think it was offside, possibly. Yeah, just saying then, nobody's picking Ricardo up. Oh, good tackle there. Sumari. So Leicester, tell you what, we are being closed down. Oh, and that's a free kick. And guess who earned us that free kick? Ayew. He does do that well, we've got to say. Oh, graphics, sorry. I'm thinking, can't see a graph. Moment, I've got to say, it's all Leicester. I've just said that, Mr. Commentator. Can we take advantage, though? That is a big question. 28% in the West Bromwich Albion third. Samari goes down. I think he's got a free kick. Oh yeah, he went through him. Yeah, he didn't have his feet up or anything, but short free kick. Thomas. And it ends up going back to Stolarczyk for an early touch for him. Yeah, Kyle Hallow, welcome along, Kyle. Yes, it is. Does anybody know, because you don't think you can get them in the store? Oh, hang on. Ball's over. Oh, Ayew couldn't control it. Yeah, as I just said then, Ayew is causing the defence problem. Mavadini not really doing much with the ball, and it ends back up with Vestergaard. Passes it across the phase. Of course he does. Who gets it back? Nice little one-touch passing. Yes, Sumare, a good pass. James. And it's too high for the defender, for his teammate on the sideline. Is it right? Thank you, Gray. Because I want them, but are they good prices? Because they don't sell them in the store, you know, so that it matches the shirt to go underneath. Oh, now West Brom come forward. And he's through. And it's 1-0 West Brom. Totally against the run of play. Unreal. It was so simple for them. Right, here we go. How will we respond? Vestergaard. Mavadini getting involved. So less than 10 minutes and we were 1-0 down. Face, exactly. I was about to say that. We were building Faze up in the pre-match, and he goes and does what Faze does best. And the ball goes all the way back from really near their corner flag to Stolarczyk. Vestergaard to Faze. 3 at the back now we seem to be playing with. We're going to have to come back from behind again. Hi, James. How you doing, mate? That was a free kick to West Brom. Ricardo taking that. Who seems to be staying staying forward a lot. Now West Brom coming at us again from the left side, their left, into midfield, but they give the ball away. Fatawu! And gets a free kick. No, it was Mavadidi, sorry. He probably did what the best he could do there. As somebody who took early retirement, I've forgotten that feeling, James. So free kick here. Luke Thomas, short one to Winks, plays it out to Fatu on the far side, chips it into the box. Oh, it's headed clear. So it was a good cross though. Thomas, whoa, ends up going back to Stolarczyk. Boots it upfield, but it ends up with West Brom. Will be happy. Indeed. Let's not write Mavadidi off just yet. Or we could write Leicester off because Oh, good tackle. Oh, that's a free kick to Leicester. Illing Jr. is playing really well for West Brom. Fataru's got past his player. Chips it into the box. I can't quite get on the end of it. And Leicester find themselves going back. Sumare, though, passes it across to Faye, still in the West Brom half, just inside the centre circle. Now come past. Mavadidi. Thomas. Vestergaard. Can he ping one forward? No, he plays it to the side to Faze, who passes it back to Vestergaard. Now he plays it forward. Ayew gets taken out, but play carries on. It's with Fatawu on the far side. Back with Faze now. Still in the West Brom half. Fatawu doesn't get past the player, but it falls for Leicester. Ooh! Faze with a very short pass there. Sumare trying to force his way forward. Vestergaard, ball up front. Yeah, Ayew to Winks. James, he's got Mavadidi on this side. He's got the space. He cuts in. Could see what he tried to do there. He tried to play the ball through. Mavadidi's giving away a foul. Tried to play the 1-2. A little ball flick through, but the West Brom player just stuck his foot out and said, "Thou shalt not pass." They can do that, Prashant. They're 1-0 up. That said, I was falling asleep at the desk earlier. I have to have an afternoon nap now. If I was in the warmth of the Philippines, I'd be asleep all the time. So West Brom on the far side into the Leicester half. Cuts back. That was a good tackle by Samare, but the ball goes straight to a West Brom fan. Now they've got it on this right wing, looking to come forward. Mavididi doing his defensive work, gives away a throw-in. Taken quickly by West Brom, actually on this far side. Back into midfield. On the halfway line now for West Brom. 3 shots for Leicester. 6 touches in the opposition box. 1 for West Brom. 74% possession for Leicester. I mean, I laughed, I have to say, at Ryan Mason getting, when he was linked with our job when he was at Tottenham. But, now, God, we gave the ball away now. West Brom are on the break. They could make it 2 here. Got a player over. Leicester got players back now. Even Samara is running back. It's up. It's into the far side. Oh, Vestergaard. They boot out, but it was offside anyway. That woman doesn't look very happy behind the linesman. Leicester, they didn't pick the player up on the far side. .20 minutes gone, and the throw-in's gone the way of the striped team. He was open. He had all the space in the world. When Aaron said earlier, but it's a bit like watching Leicester from last season. Oh, good defending by Vestergaard. Thomas looking at the linesman then going, you better give that us, mate, which he did. But conceding the goal like that was such a Leicester thing to do. I mean, I'm not as they're just saying about Marty not being concerned. I'm not as concerned as I was at this point last season, because if we win a goal down, that was it, game over. Good night, Vienna. Faze with a long ball over to Ayew. Oh, it's a little bit too far in front of Ayew. Salarchik getting the ball out to Vestergaard and Faze, who seem to have swapped positions at the moment. Faze coming forward. Of course, that's what he can do. Finds Mavididi on this near side. It was a good run by Wout Faze. Mavididi playing a 1-2 with James. Haven't really seen much of James. And it's now worked its way over to the other side with Mr. Fatawu. Got 2 players marking him. Winks. Ricardo. Out to Fatawu on the wing. We need something special from him if we're to get back possibly into this game. Leicester being patient with Faz. Sumare. James! Oh! That was actually probably Leicester's best move. Now, James is taking the corner. Let's see if Tom's going to be happy. It's up into the box. Yes, it is, but it's headed clear. Oh! Let's see how close this was. Wasn't far. Halfway through the first half. Leicester City are losing by that goal from Essling Jr. after 10. Now West Brom come forward again. This is what Leicester are going to be careful of. 53 in, guys. Please can you smash that likes button? Glad to see you back, Puri. That's really nice that you come back. Nice to see you. Richard's in. Hi, Richard. We will win this. West Brom are playing well. James doing well in defence. Winks loses the ball. I hope you're sure, Richard. I hope you're sure. I hope you're right. I do look a little bit biblical with that light above me, don't I? Ave Regina, Mountains of Mexico, Don't know. Just made that up. It was a bit "Oh What a Circus" by David Essex. West Brom come forward. Let's get back to the game. 25 minutes on the clock. They lead 1-0. Leicester have had the most possession, but as we know, that means sweet FA. A little bit of possession being enjoyed here. Oh, and West Brom get the free kick. They're still coming forward. They're looking dangerous. Oh, Bear gives it away now. No, Fataru didn't give the foul away, but they've won it back. Hi, Andreas. How you doing? I've got to say, this is probably the most nervous I've felt when the opposition have the ball. But fourth season in the Championship for West Brom. Just said that it was the longest period outside the top league this century. It's only 25 years, of course, in this century. Oh, Elliott Jr. if he'd managed to sort of take that ball under control, a little bit worrying, but he didn't, and it's gone out for a goal kick. We need changes. Now they are getting on top now. 62% possession for Leicester. 5 shots to their 1, but of course their 1's gone in goal. Oh my God. But now Leicester can possibly break from this. Fatawu on the far side. Is it just me, or do from a distance, Fatawu and Mavididi, it's hard to tell them apart. Mavididi then, it was passed over to him, heads it back to Thomas. Thomas to Vestergaard. He's going to be closed down, so we'll pass it across to Faze. Faze puts it up forward. So it's for Fatawu to run after, but Ayu's kept it. Now it's back to Fatawu. Can he get him on? Oh. Wow. We missed you, Gray. Yeah, we try and get 50 likes to the show, so come on, guys, show us some support. It's free. Fatawu. Back with Vestergaard on the halfway line. Uses Thomas. Samare now. Oh, Mavididi. Ah, oh, what a lovely play to Samare. And he gets it back from James. Who ends up with it? Oh. Samare, I've got to say, clip this, guys, because I may never ever say it again. But Samare is really impressing me. Piera gets it to Mavididi on the edge of the box here. Chips it into the box. Oh! Ayew there. I mean, he was just over Ayew. It's out for throwing on the far side. But we're still losing 1-0. I tell you what, and Richard, wouldn't necessarily argue with that, although Mavididi is playing very, very well. And it was a free kick, yeah. Mavididi using his hand there. Yeah, Fury they do. Am I still pronouncing it right? I don't know if I am or not. So I apologise if I'm not. I said the other night, I struggle with English names. All right. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Cheers, everybody. Thank you, Prashant. Get one right then. Anybody who knows me well knows I really struggle with with names. West Ham passing it around well, but they've still got it in defence. But they're happy. They're 1-0 up. They can just play it around the back. Of course, this is the team that Martin Cifuentes wanted to go to, which is, why he was on gardening leave when we went for him. So, never need to go in well, but lovely ball from West Brom out to the far side. Oh, not a good header out from Thomas. Oh, Price, it comes off. It's going to be a corner. He had so much space on that on Leicester's right, their left then. So it's a corner to West Brom. 34 minutes gone. They've got the goal. Oh, a long shot. A long shot from West Brom. They're on top at the moment, West Brom. I mean, we do a review show Monday night, just before 6 o'clock, about 5:45, 5:50. When we look back at the game, and we do look at the stats, and one of the new stats that I found that I really he's having his shirt pulled then. Leicester player. One of the stats I do like, it shows the momentum of the game, so who's on top at different times. Very good stat. If you do like your sort of just to look back, and we chat about it afterwards here, but we don't go into a lot of, tactics and stuff. It's Mavididi gets the ball from Fataru. Lovely ball into James. Back to Mavididi. He'd love a goal. He'd love a goal! Oh! Oof. Oh, here we go. Oh, good save, Stolarczyk. This is what we've got to be so careful of. Leicester, really, we should probably be 2 or 3-1 up. Mavididi. Now. The referee's going to have to sort this out. Oh, it stays in. So Leicester come forward again with Mavididi. Thomas. Sumare. Winks. 1-2 didn't work out. Well, it was a 1-2, but it was a 1-2 to a West Brom player who can now break. Defensive, yeah, he's finally back in defence, Ricardo. Oh dear. Excuse me yawning. Like I said, I've been really tired today. Oh, it's a free kick to Leicester. Does anybody like my new light up Leicester City there? Filling in for a head on the shirt. 20 quid. I thought I was all right. Do you like it? So, Leicester in their own half. Winks. On back to Vestergaard. Sumare to Thomas. Back to Vestergaard. Playing the centre of the three. A lovely long ball forward from Vestergaard. Piera gets it out to Fatawu. He's always looking to attack. It's brilliant to watch. Oh, he gets the ball. Doesn't get the cross in, but you might have to ring the space station and ask for the ball back. Cheers, Perry. You can get them, they are available. I got this for $19.99. Yeah, Lusmo in the goal again. I think if Fat had stayed on his feet, he doesn't get the goal. Believe it or not, it's actually... Thank you, Andre. Tell you what, it's actually a commentary fan that makes them. He does all the different clubs. Yeah, I think if Vestergaard stayed on his feet, that because the ball was very, very close to Stolarczyk's hand and just limbed in the boost. Are you offside? Yeah, I think it's saved, to be honest with you. Oh, that's tight. Yeah. I think the linesman got it wrong there, but we don't have VAR. Thank God I hear the crowd shout. The West Brom... Oh, no, it's the Leicester throw, is it? Yeah. On the far side. Vestergaard gets it from Winks. Thomas making himself available. He'll probably go the other way to Wout Faes, who, apart from that one mistake, hasn't particularly played badly. But it wasn't. He played it to Thomas and he gets it back. Now he plays it to Wout Faes, who plays it back to Stolarczyk. 43 minutes. Now, Faye's good defending. And he wins the throw it on. Not sure what he's given. Referee has a word. Yeah, well done about Faze. Now, can Leicester get it in just before half-time? Luke Thomas with a bit of space on this side. Plays it forward to Mavididi. Mavididi through the legs of the defender. James has the space. Gets it across to Winks. Winks plays it out to Fatawu on the far side. Fatawu looking to chip it in, which he does, but only finds the head of a West Bromwich Albion defender. Wow, we've got 1 minute. I think we're going to be going into this at 0-0. 1-0 down, I mean, sorry. Was visual thinking. Vestergaard. Good ball to Mavididi. What he can do. Mavididi. I think the referee took Samari out there. This will be the last attack. Tawu. And there it is. Half time. Do not go away. We will be back with the half-time analysis straight after me going and having a piss. Back with Tom after this.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
Well, I couldn't get a red light, mate.
Well, I don't think we need it quite yet, Chris. I mean, I don't think there's any reason for us to go burning down anything right now. I mean, I think we've played pretty well overall. It's a typical championship game, this, guys, isn't it? You know, I think this is why Ipswich and Southampton is so much trouble, because they're so much more possession reliant, and it's about recycling chances and creating opportunities, right? I think for us, what we need to do now is just turn the volume up. I think because we get them penned back in and keep doing what we're doing and just get some more crosses in the box, get the pressure on them more, win 50-50s in their box, I think we'll still win this.
We are on top. Possession-wise at half-time, 61-39. Our XG is higher, 0.75 to 0.21. We've had 7 shots to their 4. None of ours have been on target. 3 of theirs had. 12 touches in their box. They've had 3 in ours. But I want to talk about the goal. If Faye stays on his feet, does that player not score that goal?
Well, there was 2 mistakes in there. He was the second one. The first mistake goes to Yannick Vestergaard, who's been very good this season, but why he came running out there, and if you're going to do it, you've got to win the ball. And we know he's not pacey. He's very good with his intelligence of where he should stand on the football field. He came charging out, didn't win that ball, put his back line in trouble, and then Faye's had to go diving in and missed it. So both of them have got a pretty level element of fault there, Chris. But I will say Yannick's done very well this season, but that was a poor error of judgment on his behalf.
Apart from that one mistake, Faye's, I think, has had a good game.
Yeah, exactly. I can't really say any of them haven't. I think it shows you what I talk about when it comes to volume, because you think that ball came in and it was a very quick ball into one man in the middle. You had 3 Leicester players around him, but he just quickly touched it, quick turn up on the volume, and they were through, right? We need to look at that, and that's how we get through them.
I tell you what, that ball, how it found the gap between Solarchik's hand and the post, I mean, it literally was size of the ball, but fair play to him for scoring. And I've got to say, I have never felt this nervous when a team goes forward this season as I have against West Brom.
Yeah, they're very well organised, aren't they? You can see it as soon as they're back defending, they're nice and narrow, very difficult to get through. As soon as they got the ball, they widen up and they're starting to make, advancements down the wing, and they've got some quality up there, and they've got danger from distance. So it's a proper heavyweight fight, this, on a Friday night. It's like a boxing night in Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Yeah, I am going to go because I haven't watered the plants yet. So
no worries.
Talk through the first half bits for me, mate, and I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, obviously get your thoughts in the chat here, guys, as well. But I mean, I will say, I'm not too worried at the moment. I think obviously the next goal is going to be crucial, and the thing we've got to do is make sure we're keeping that level of application, because I think the level of application has been good. Faze has come in with some very good tackles. I think Thomas has done the same. It's going to be individual errors at the back, but I think the thing in the first half we've done very well is that actually when we've gone behind there, I think we've once again got on top. And if you go back to the week before, even to the Coventry game where we were under the cosh early doors, you can tell Marty from last week's had a word of him, because who was under the cosh early doors in this one? It was West Brom. The goal came against the run of play. And from there as well, if it was a Ruud van Nistelrooy team, we probably would have, our heads would have dropped and then we'd be out of the game completely. But since then, no, we have got better. And I think Marty will literally go out there at half time and go, guys, just got to turn the volume up. We see the passing in the midfield. I think just turn that volume up. Couple more notches, on the loudness. Quicker pass from Sumari. If we lose the ball, we lose the ball. Someone get on it and win it back. And that's the thing we got to do. I would agree with Derek there, we lack a goal threat. And a lot of people have been saying, I think Prashant said it in the chat as well. So I'll answer your question that you asked Chris Prashant. Would I make any changes at half time? I think I would, with Ayew coming off for Carranza. And I think the reason why is because Ayew hasn't taken the corners today. That's really been my hill to die on. While Ayew was taking the corners and he was capable of them, I think he had to start wherever we put him on the pitch. However, it's James taking them, and it was a fine corner he put in there. So Carranza on for Ayew for me would be the change I would make, just to give them something difficult up there, because the thing they look susceptible at the back so far, and we saw it with Taylor, the left back, when he tried to clear the ball, he made a poor header and dropped it into their goal, their defensive area. We need to put them in the position where they're doing more of that. This is what the championship's about, guys. You can play the total football at times, but you're not going to play through these teams. They're so good at narrowing up, right? So that's why I would say Carranza on for me at half time. Chris, I've covered quite a lot there because I was waffling, but please take over the show again.
You waffle? Never. No, you're quite right. I think changes need to be made at half time. We are on top, like I say, but we're putting a lot of crosses into the box, and we need somebody tall
No, it's not. And I think that's the point. I think they're dealing with us trying to play through them quite well, right? We're going up wide and Fatu is having naturally to get these balls in. So the game is showing us what the move needs to be. I imagine Marty, he won't do it straight away. We'll probably be 55 minutes, 60 minutes when he does it. But I agree. I would get on Carranza. I wouldn't bring on Monga for the moment. I think Mavididi has actually had a good game. Once again, I look at Mavididi and I go, there's times there where there's no one next to him. Fatui's always got someone right by him about 3 or 4 yards away. Mavididi generally has someone 10 yards away from him, and that's why he starts trying to overplay the ball, and he gets a lot of criticism. But I think he's offered a lot for us there in the threat as well.
Yeah, I mean, somebody said earlier in the chat, get Mongo on, and I'm saying like, well, who are you going to take off? Because
it would be Mavididi, and I wouldn't do it yet.
But he's not doing anything wrong. In fact, he's had a couple of efforts. I think he's one of our better players in this half, to be honest with you. So I don't think Monga. Unless, all right, here's a thought. Carranza comes on for AU.
Yeah.
And then we drop James back next to Winks and put Monga on as that number 10.
Take Samari off, yeah.
Yeah, and let Monga just say to Monga, go out there and cause havoc.
Yeah, I mean, Monga can play that role because the thing he's best at is not even his pace, it's his feet and his trickery, right? Yeah. And in the whole, that is a very big part of the game. But I think actually I'll leave Mavididi for the moment, chat. And the reason why is because I think he's going to knacker them out there in a minute. And when they're knackered out, Monga's got the technical ability to get around the players and also get the crosses in for Carranza, right? So I think it's a game that can fall more into our hands in the second half, as long as Marty makes his usual positive substitutions.
I don't think he will change it at half time. You watch. See me bite myself on the arse, but I didn't realise this is the highest ground in the league.
Is it really? I didn't know that at all.
They've just said it now. I might have thought it was Stoked for some reason, to be honest with you, but that is what they said. Going back to the goal, the assist was sublime. Because that assist took just our Unleash the Beast. Put it away. No, not Mavididi. He's doing all right. Take AO off, Jim.
Let's knacker them out a bit more. Let's knacker them off. Knacker them out a bit. Can you talk about how high the ground is? Let's joke. It could be Peru. Maybe they're going to run out of breath in a minute. Let's knacker them out first. Come on.
Yeah. AO, to me, he's having an okay game. I don't think he necessarily deserves to be taken off. But he would be the sacrificial lamb for me and Sumare. But I don't think he will make those changes. But that assist for the goal, it was hot. Well, the whole move was hot knife through butter.
Yeah, 100%. It was direct from the back, 3 passes and they were in.
Yeah, but it took out our defence. And this is why I'm worried. We are going... what has Mavididi done? You tell him. These Yanks.
Well, me. I think Mavididi's done very well. I think.
That's what I mean. Yeah, he's him saying what has he done, and I'm going to say I'm going to have to keep my temper here. You tell him.
Well, no. I think what he's done is he's taken on the play. He's actually made today better decisions with the ball as well. The couple of chances we've had, he's had 2 players on him. He's found the cross, and then we had that chance for Ricardo, which should have been a corner. And once again, great shout out to Ricky P, because I noticed something about Ricky in this half. He's not just overlapping. No, I'll give him a shout. He's not just overlapping. He's going inside as well, so they can't really mark him. But I mean, obviously, with that, there is a chance he can get caught out of position. But I appreciate he's making it difficult.
They said on the commentary, and I don't know if you're watching the same commentary as me, that they don't know what to do with Ricky P.
Exactly, and that's the point.
But he is leaving a gap at the back.
This is true, yeah, but we're going to have to take chances now because we're 1-0 down, and that's the thing about it, isn't it? So we're going to have to do things like that. What we want Ricardo doing there is doing what the chap did for them, Hegem, the striker, where he literally wants to get in there, make a neat 1-2, get himself out of the way, and then we score a goal from Fatu getting played through, right?
Yes, yeah.
But the only way we do it is to turn the volume up.
Jim, look, Jim, I've come round to say that FaZe has started to play better this season. You've got to accept who's going to go off. You know, I mean...
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not played badly, but it's a tactical decision for where we are, because the West Brom has shown us we're not going to be able to play through them, so we're going to have to get balls in the box.
Any players played badly, to be honest with you.
No, I'm not angry at all. I'm just like, I just want them to keep their heads up and go, right, boys, we just make these little tweaks now and literally get on them, Chris, because like literally we can wear this lot down. We can wear them down.
Fraser's plays some lovely... I mean, we know Vestergaard, he plays some lovely balls through, but Fraser plays some lovely balls over the top. It's like Fraser goes that way and Vestergaard goes that way. But, yeah, I've been impressed with Fraser. Winks has linked up, and I tell you who has linked up well for me, and that is James and Abadidi.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I think James has been very good as well, because he seems to have a nice... He's got good decision-making, James. There's a few chances we've got on a counter-attack, and I think he's made the right pass, and he could have made the wrong one. We lose the ball, and then we're on the back foot because Ricky's up the pitch, right? So it's always a balance. You've got to try and balance it out. But I say volume up is what I'm thinking. Volume up. Turn the volume up, boys.
I think he's got to... he took a while to get into the game, James. I must admit, I don't think I actually sort of mentioned him for the first 10 minutes or so. But it's been like a game of swing ball. 1 minute it's there on top, next minute we're on top. I can't wait to see that momentum graph. Yeah, but
yeah, 100%. Things that Ricardo is doing there, Wayne's just said, like, just like runs class. I want to see other players doing that as well, Chris. Ultimately, we're going to get a goal here. We've got Fattery doing that as well. We're going to need James doing that as well and getting into that position, right? If it's only Ricardo doing it, then we're limiting ourselves a bit here. So we're going to have to be brave. We might get caught out on the counter, but luckily we're only 1-0 down, so hopefully we'll get all right. We'll get through it.
And it's not like we're being battered. You know, it's not like, you know, we're saying, like, God's sake, you know, we're really having to defend hard here. We're not. You know, we literally are, playing all right.
We are playing all right, yeah. And the thing is, Jim, just go to Jim quickly again here. Look, I think we do bring Mongrel on, but I just don't think, not now. I think we wait another 15 minutes or so. I think he comes on a bit later.
No. Hang on. Carranza He's coming on. He's taking his top off.
Oh, hello.
And he's got the tenable top on, and that's coming off now. Now he's got his pink undershirt on. Oh, now he's showing off his abs.
Does it appear that I'm similarly coaching him the same way to Marty? Marty, you want another coach, mate? Come and get me.
I've got to say, mate, yeah, I didn't think that blows me up, doesn't it? Like, Marty's not going to make any changes.
Well, the interesting thing is, if you look at West Brom, mate, West Brom would have been expecting Ricky down the flank the entire game, and he's come inside at times, which I don't think they were anticipating, and that's caused the problem. And that's the point, be unpredictable.
I'm going to let you go because the players are out, mate. I'll see you at full time along with Wayne and Ayu's favourite lover.
It'll be 3-1 Leicester. 3-1 Leicester, come on.
Cheers. I'll take that. I agree. 3-1 Leicester. Yes, let's do it.
Come on, Leicester.
Cheers, mate. Oh! Carranza is on and James is off. Well, I wasn't expecting that. But I suppose Ayew will now drop back into that James role. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, we have. We've won all our recent visits. What do people think about James going off? So, So Leicester, pink tops, black shorts, pink socks, defending at the moment. Ball comes in. Oh, and it's out for a goal kick. Oh. Well, yeah, there was a question there. West Brom player went down, but not given. West Brom obviously in their normal home strip of the blue and white stripes, white shorts and blue socks with a white trim. They are playing from right to left now. Leicester are playing left to right. Otherwise, it would be a very, very one-sided game. Jim, you've hit the nail on the head, mate. You have hit the nail on the head. In Marty we trust. Look, I'm happy for James to stay on and play. James, I'm happy for AU to stay on. As I said in Kate's the show with Kate yesterday, and the preview. Mavadidi. Yeah, he's had an excellent first half, but gets a free kick. Wins the free kick in a good position. But like I said, AU now should play that backup role with Carranza up front. If you look at the team that we put out earlier, that was what we were saying. That's what Kate said, and I agreed with her. Oh, that was a foul, definitely. So it's a yellow card. Yellow card to West Bromwich Albion. Oh, AU is over it. Vestergaard is over it. Where's it going to go? Thomas is usually good at free kicks on this side. It is more on the left, almost level with the keeper's right goalpost. Wow. It's going to be AU that's going to take the free kick. What's he going to do? We do know from the last game, didn't we, that we tried a few different set pieces. Oh, it takes a few steps back. Gonna take a shot. Oh, straight at the wall. Poor free kick. Oh, Wink sends it back in, but the goalkeeper gets it. That was a poor free kick. My granddaughter knows more about football than Rude, and she's 6 months old. Oh. We are down to 5th on goal difference. We've now only got a +2. Bristol City have gone above us into 4th. We could actually... Yeah, we could be as low as 11th, depending how results go tomorrow. Apparently we're the best second half team in the division. Oh, it's a goal kick. I don't think the West Brom player was too happy about that. What a lovely pass that was. So I think he's gone over to keep an eye on Ricardo. Faze on this near side now. Like I said, kicking left to right, into the middle. Winks. Out to Fatawu. Oh. know what he was trying to do there, but it was put out for a throw-in. Fatawu takes it. James not been allowed to take the throws today. Winks, chips it into the box. Oh, Mavadidi just couldn't control it. I'm sure we will see Monga come on at some point. I think it will just be a case of tactical, not the fact that Mavadidi is having a bad game. Well, good evening. A special good evening to Vic and Seren, is it? Have I pronounced that right? Good evening. Joining Richard to watch me. Nothing on the telly? I'm guessing. But welcome along, both of you. Vic and Seren there. Nice of you to join us. If you've got your own YouTube account, subscribe. I just sell myself. That's all I do. But no, nice of you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, if we win, Paul, we will go second. Which is where West Brom are sat at the moment. The goal kick there. Yeah, West Brom are in second at the moment. Again, let's be honest with you, we would have taken fifth at the start of the season, wouldn't we? You're 52 minutes gone, so there's still time for Leicester, but not if we lose balls like that. There won't be. Oh, lovely play by West Brom. But a cross, but straight into Salarchik's hand. Now, he looks to get rid of it early, but then changes his mind. But it's now with Samare. Ball up front. Oh, Carranza didn't keep hold of it there. I hope I pronounced those names well. I obviously pronounced Viv right. Vic right. Seren, is that pronounced? Have I pronounced that right? You know what I'm like I said earlier about my pronunciations. Gray, you are a gentleman, sir, as always. Yeah, I think you're right, Prashant. 41 likes. Come on, the target is 50, guys. So, West Brom started the second half better. But offside, thankfully. I went wide, but no, again, we're playing worse than we were in the first half. Oh, free kick there, Ricardo. Oh no, it's Fatawu, sorry. I hope Leicester aren't. Well, they're looking like they're getting frustrated. But West Brom have certainly started this half the better. Free kick to West Brom. Right hand goes up, left-footed into the box on the far side. There was a foul. The Leicester player went down. Referee's had a pretty decent game. Oh, he pushed Samari over. Samari knew what he was doing. He went down. This could go to phase. It does on this near side. It passes it out to Fatawu. We need something special from Fatawu, Fatawu, whatever you want to call him. He gets the ball in. That is rather special. But it didn't fall right for Carranza, who then goes up and knocks the West Brom player over and gives away the free kick. Technically, 2 strikers on. For Star, what a lovely name. What a lovely name. I do hope, like I say, I did it justice. 10. Welcome along, Seren. Going to Leicester on the far side. Not this early, no. And we are playing, we're losing. Well, you could say it's disastrous because we're losing to a team that's around us. But we have teams. Oh, a lovely ball across to Fatawu. Can he control it? Yes, he can. Plays it into the middle of the field. Sumare. Finds Mavadidi. Oh. No, he went down for a free kick. Thought he was blocked. Oh. Carranza and a defender for West Brom having a bit of a dig in the box. Don't get sent off. West Brom are going for the second. I'm not saying anything, Prashant. Are you now? It's got the chance to break. Try to get the ball through to Winks. Now, what's happening? A bit of a, well, certainly off the pitch, there's a bit of a tribute to a fan, I think. Referee's having a word with Carranza and Muam, is it? Good refereeing. Ooh. What? Yellow card for Carranza there. Hmm. Hmm. Good words, Worth. If you went is talking to Kwanzaa, you are going to get picked on in this league. Oh, we've just given the ball away again. Oh, now's the free kick now. Vieira. Was the block. So 29 minutes to go. Leicester don't look like they're going to get back into this. That's what I said earlier. We just said frustration for Leicester. Oh, side netting. What are the defenders doing there? Well, it was Ayew who was in the defence. Is there anything, is it me, or does anybody here at the moment see Leicester getting back into this? Another change coming through. Monga is getting warmed up, everybody. Oh, Fatawu too hard. Fataru's getting frustrated at Ricardo. So Mavididi comes off. Monga on. He's not had a good second half. Right, let's see what the Wonder Boy can do. Oh, you got your change there, Prashant. Jim will be happy. Oh. Oh, the referee. First action from Monga is to give away a free kick. Oh. Believe what Monga's saying, I'm here. Hope you're right, Richard. Oh! And now this time Monga gets the foul. Yeah, well, maybe he's been having a word with Jordan Ayew. Oh, that wasn't a very good effort. That still Archie. It was a very easy save for him. More skimmed the ball than actually had a shot. Right, what can Leicester do with this free kick? Cifuentes having a word with Andy King. And Calm is sat there as well. Looking very calm as it happened. Christensen behind them. All right, Vestergaard now. Who's going to take this? No, Vestergaard's in the box. Carranza with the free kick. Oh. It's going to be a corner to Leicester. Is it the first corner Leicester have had? Oh, come on, Ricardo. Plays it out wide. Jordan Ayew. Vieira pops it in, but it comes off the player, but it's still in the air. Fatawu. Oh, good. Well ball to Fatawu, to Monga. Poor ball in for Monga. Fucking hell, Monga. You know, there's a player 4 feet away from him and he passes it straight at him. How Wolves, how you doing? Taru now. Oh, lovely move. Ricardo. To Winks! Oh. Free kick to Leicester, backing into the Leicester player there. I think that was our first corner, wasn't it? If I'm not very much mistaken. West Bromwich Albion about to make a change. Coming up to 20 minutes left. Oh, hit the referee. Thank you, Mr. Referee. Hit the referee there, probably our best defender. Yeah, and it was handball. I mean, that played into our favour. Two changes to West Brom. Ball goes back to their goalkeeper. Will Daka come on just to add a bit of urgency into our attack? They give the ball away. Samare. Oh, Samare powering forward. Free kick. That wasn't far outside the box. And a yellow card for the West Brom player. And Victor Christensen. And is that Louis Page? There have been two double changes here. Oh no, it's Dakova Reed. Let's see this free kick. If it goes in, will the subs not be made? Carranza there couldn't keep... well, he got onto the end of it, but it's a throw-in for Leicester, who will have to hold on for the throw-in as the subs are made. Who's going off for Leicester? Thomas hasn't really got forward. Illing Jr., the goal scorer, is off. Oh, he's wearing a mask. Thomas? Dakova Reed for AU. This could be interesting. He's kind of changed the formation. Thinking Dakova Reed is going to be playing behind. That was his injury, wasn't it? Didn't he do his jaw or something? There's Christensen. You can be horrible at times, Gray. Up until this, Leicester have beaten West Brom after 2 successive draws and season 1 point. Sorry, that was this season. Oh, Vieira has a shot, but it's high and wide. West Bromwich Albion will look to avoid a second consecutive loss at the Hawthorns when they host Leicester City. Of course, that Winks goal last season, one of the goals of the season. Ricardo with a high and wide shot there. Leicester have won their last 6 away games against West Brom, with each win coming under a different manager. Pearson, Ranieri, Shakespeare, Puel, Rogers and Maresca. Oh, good defending by Faze. Monga's not really seen much of the ball. Fast defending again. Tawu. Got to bring Daka on for some speed. John not happy. Christensen tried to run through, went through too many. A draw. I take it now. Simon. It's not a new haircut, it's just I've had it shorter than normal. Simon, have a word with your boss. I know I always say that when you come on. Tawu. He gets the free kick. Oh, he did. And the Leicester fans are starting to sing. We do, Gray. We do. Ricardo over the... looks to be a lot of space there. Oh, what we would give for James Maddison right now. Monga. Like I say, it's been very quiet since he came on. Very good, Simon. Very, very good. Monga. Oh, poor shot there from Dakova Reed. "11 shots, 1 on target." That basically sums the night up. Ricardo back to Faz, across to Vestergaard. Forward, little 1-2s from Leicester. Keeping hold of possession. 11 minutes to go. Monga plays it back. And then Leicester lose it and Leicester give a free kick away with Sumari. Maybe it's the pink shirt. Maybe we should wear pink. No vavavoom. Hee-haw. Was it Henry? I put him in my all-time Premier League top team last night. Kept in by Leicester. Makes it a nice turn. Leicester got to show some urgency. They're not showing any urgency at the moment. Oh. Now Kwanzaa goes down again. Got to be careful. He's on a yellow, Carranza. Well, he was pulled. Yeah. Oh, Ricardo is off. Well, he's going to give us some pace, Daka. Maybe we're going to see him score. Oh. Faze again. Well, Faze. Having a good game, Faze. Now, I don't think Bergkamp did those it was an advert for Renault, wasn't it? Or Peugeot? Get some room in your life. Corner comes in. There's a lot going on in that box. Stolarczyk comes and takes it well. It's looking. God. He was. Taru. I just can't see us scoring. And we are lacking panache. Oh! Carranza took a shot and it was well over. I mean, he should have done more with that. He should have at least made the goalkeeper work or hit the target. Now, Leicester. Oh, can Pataru get to this and keep it in? Yes, he can. But again, poor by Leicester. Another corner for West Brom. You don't want to see me play. I make Gary Taylor Fletcher look like Luke Thomas. The only thing I would do when I was running along would be to create a little bit of a earthquake and all their players fall over. Corner. 。 Oh, away with one again there. So it's free kick to Leicester though. I think. So Leicester down to the last 4 minutes now. Scoring a goal after 10 minutes for Illing Jr. No. Trying to get the free kick. We're trying to get the free kick. Oh, ball given away though. Winks on the ball. Fatu. No, sorry, Munga. Oh, it's going to be a free kick. Yeah. Oh. The Munga. Have a look at this. Oh, yeah. Come on, Munga. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. You get a part in Coronation Street doing that. Fraction. Fucking big fraction, Simon. Yeah, 3 more likes. Come on, let's get to the 50. Please, guys. West Brom to make another sub. Has Daka touched the ball yet? Vestergaard. I think he's gesturing to the Leicester fans to get behind him. Let's have a look. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Bloody hell. Five minutes. Oh, now West Brom are all over us now. Oh, and they just go wide again. Winks did well there to keep off the ball, to be honest. Not to touch the ball, I mean. The corner to Leicester. Is the referee going to speak to now? Sumare? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Sumare. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He's being pushed about a lot by the West Brom player. Oh. Well defended by West Brom. Winks. Vitaru. Chips it into the box. Yes! Yes! Dickovery! I've told you many times what a fantastic bloody player he is! 1-1! 1-1! What a goal! What a bloody goal! Yes! 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 Let's have a look. Fatawu. I don't know whether that might be given as an own goal. I am not sure. OMG!
Goal! Back of the net. Goal! Back of the net. Goal! Back of the net.
Whoa! Whoa! It was an own goal. It's been given as an own goal. Can you imagine now if Leicester go ahead and get a second goal? OMG. We do want to. Oh, but West Brom are breaking. Don't do anything silly, Leicester. I said earlier, would we take a point? There it is. Full time, 1-1 at the death. Wow. We'll be back in 2 seconds with the post-match. Whatever you do, don't go away. This is going to be interesting.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload. Leave a like now. Ring the bell and never miss another video.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes, I love it. He's back.
Does that feel like a win or what?
It does in my books, literally. I think we worked hard there. I know there's some people a bit upset in the chat about the result, but I will quickly say, like, the thing that I like about this is the application. I tell you what, because this is a league where you've got to turn up and give it a go and have a bit of battle. And they battled. I know we didn't get 3 points. I know it's a bit disappointing, and we can argue tactics down the line a bit later on. But I think the application, in comparison to last year, head and shoulders. Well done.
I'm looking forward to the performance reviews. And the man of the match. Jim, I mean, we didn't deserve smash and grab. 3 words to describe that. Smash and grab.
Smash and grab. That's 3 words. Good. You're good with numbers. That's good.
I got the calculator.
I don't think there was ever a doubt, Chris. I don't know what everybody's getting worked up about. I told Wayne and Tom exactly what was going to happen. So
I've got to say, Wayne, I disagree with that. I think we didn't look like scoring at all. We were like a tiger without teeth when we were going up front. We didn't, and at back, every time West Brom went forward, if they'd got their shooting boots on, that should have been 4-5-0.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed with West Brom. I think technically, tactically, the setup brilliant there. They're so well drilled, and what I really was very impressed with them was the way they made the ball stick to the players as they progressed the ball forward. Sometimes holding the ball up, but sometimes hitting the early ball and just breaking through the defence. That is the best team I think we've played this season.
I was just going to ask that. Are they the best team we've played all season? I think yes, without a doubt. I think they're the team that scared me most all season. And look, I'm not saying you're wrong, Jim. I just think that we were hanging on at times. Jim.
no, we were. There's no doubt about that. But I mean, the outcome was already predetermined. It's just how we got there is what we needed to work.
Right, I've got to say, I think if I'm listening correctly, I think we have got. I think we've got a special guest coming in. I don't know if this is Kate or not. Just bear with me. Let's just have a look.
Americans, and especially Jim. Yes, you, Jim. I am glad to see you are supporting my good friend Chris and his channel. Melania and I tune in whenever we can. Other Leicester City channels are just fake news. Keep it real, Jim. Keep it Leicester till I die. God bless America and God bless me.
I mean, you must feel honored, Jim.
Well, no, I'm not surprised he mentioned my name. I'm just surprised he mentioned your name. If you knew how you treated him and all the Americans, he wouldn't have given you that little send-off. But thank you. That was nice.
You enjoyed that, Wayne, didn't you?
I did, mate. Do you know what Jim's especially happy about? His prediction score.
Did he go 1-1?
Did he go 1-1? Wayne, you tell him.
Unfortunately,
I'm not should. Once again, I was miles off with my 3-1, but I got to say, but yeah, you do not know how hard it has been to be holding on to that all day and not play it on our show earlier in case Jim was watching, and to hold that all the way through right up until the end.
I think you're a brave man, Chris. As soon as I saw him, I'm hiding because I know what he's like when he gets his solicitors involved. You're a bloody brave man.
That was good. That was good. I can't wait to watch it in archives. I think I'll play it for the family at our next family dinner.
You need to. You need to.
You know what they're going to ask me? Who's the redhead up in the corner that played it? That's what they're going to ask me.
What can I say?
This is what Chris was like in the discos in Burnley in the 70s, right?
Hey, excuse me. Leicester in the 70s, if you don't mind.
My apologies, mate. My apologies. Well, it led to lots of procreation for yourself, so it obviously worked.
What can I say? I do want some of those hair restorers. They really do work quickly.
I'm just wondering. I'm wondering how boring were these post matches before me and Donald were on them. I just don't know.
You know, we how can I put this? They were better.
Oh, we can take care of that real quick.
Goodbye. I love to love, but my baby just loves to dance.
Let's get on with it, Chris. Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the start. Come on back, Jim. Come on back. We love you. You don't know how much that cost me. You do not know how much that cost me to get Donald. He doesn't do those things for free, you know. Going back to the start of the game, Tom, I thought Leicester had the better start. After 7 minutes, 28% of the possession was in the West Brom third.
Yeah, I think that's it. I was saying the week before against Coventry, we were under the cosh, weren't we? So I thought it was a nice, refreshing thing to see us come out there and take the lead in the game almost, you're on the front foot and try and push it on. Of course, we got caught out as a consequence of it, but I think that shows you the difference week to week with Marty, right? So, yeah, I was very impressed with the start there, but unfortunately it did lead to the mistake for the goal, which made the game very difficult for us to fight back for it.
Yeah. Step inside, love. There you go. That's my Silla impersonation. Clibo, we're going to come on to the ratings later, and I think, mate, that you've got to say that it wasn't good. It wasn't good tonight. 10 minutes in, Wayne. 1-0 down. A lovely one ball through, completely cut through our defence. Faze went down, a bit like AI. Faze went down, and if he'd stood up, I don't think they're scoring.
No, I did watch the half time, and Tom said about Vestergaard. I think it was a catalogue of errors in the fact that the played a ball straight through the middle, and that was a beautiful on the edge of his boot flick over round to set the guy off. But he had such a lot to do, and with that amount of players around him, he should not have been allowed to get in the box. So Vestergaard didn't engage him. Faz was backing off. I'm sorry. If that was Walsh, Taggart or Elliott, they would have gone forward and engaged him and stopped him further up the pitch. Because even if they'd have missed him, they might have paused his run and allowed people to get back. And that's a classic. Faz backs off, and that's a modus operandi of Wat Faz, and it allowed his trouble. And then he got sat on his arse. He got made a right chump there, to be honest.
I think it was Samari flattened him.
Yeah. Who had a decent game? We'll come on to that a bit later, Jim. And I'm sorry, I meant to ask you that question, but I jumped to and went to Wayne. I do apologise. I was a bit worried, and I've noted this after just 12 minutes. It was almost like we were playing three at the back, because Ricardo was going forward that much that he was leaving huge gaps behind him. Now, look, I know that's the role of that right back position at the moment, but I was just a bit worried. And the good side is that the commentator said that they didn't know what to do with Ricardo, but they knew what to do with that space. I mean, that really worried me.
I like to see Ricky going forward. You're right. The commentators did say that may create some problem at the back. Actually may leave a big gap back there, but man, it's so nice seeing him attacking up front. And was it true that your stage name was Cilla Black? Is that what I read somewhere?
That's why I said, step inside, love.
I don't even know who that is, but I just thought I'd throw that in there.
No, I tell you what, you may not know who she is, but that was a fucking good impression.
That was good.
I can say that because you don't know who she is. That's going to come up on the three things we learned today. So that did worry me, Tom.
Can I quickly say about that? I know people get worried about that, but can I just remind everyone, Harry Winks is really sat in front of the back four. and he never gets far forward particularly. Well, not that often. He did now and again when we had to push on, but that's the point of Winks sat back there. And a lot of the time he was facing his own goal, which is what Marty wants him to do. And he got applauded for that last week, and I was calling him out for it. So I kind of don't know what you want, guys. You kind of need to have one or the other. It's either Ricky stays back there, but then Winks has got to be more committed, or we don't play him. It's tactics. It's one or the other. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, you got it off your chest, Tom.
Well, it just annoys me when people don't think about it in that, because football's like chess. It's a game of making mistakes, of making your opponent make mistakes. And the way you do it is by lining up in a certain way. And that's why we played Ricardo in that way, because Winks was sitting deep, and he was sitting deep. So he was covered. So it's not a problem. Well, it shouldn't be a problem.
Do you think that Winks was covering Ricardo? Is that what you're saying?
Well, he's back there to make part of a back four if there's a counter-attack, which allows Ricardo then to go forward to create these chances and be unmarkable. So that's the system. It's either we do that. But I do agree. I get what people are saying about lacking stuff. And that is, I think, a system problem versus an effort problem. That's the question, the system.
I see what you're saying. Wayne, I'm going to ask you a question and you can sort of make your point. I think Winks does go forward quite a bit. I mean, remember the goal he scored against West Brom last time we played here. So why not ask Ricky to sort of sit back and just play that four at the back?
Why not play Hamza then?
Because Ricardo's the better right back when he's played in that position. Yes.
I'm not having to argue. I'm just saying, not with the system you guys are wanting to play. It would be better to put Hamza there, because you want someone to stay back there. Hamza, when he stays back there, was actually very good. You want someone to go forward, it's Ricky, but then Winks stays back. You've got to think tactics.
I don't want anybody going forward. I'd be very, very happy with the 4-4-2.
I'll pass it back over to you. I don't want to dominate, guys. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to point that out, because I get why people are getting frustrated, but you've got to think about why we're doing it. Why? Not just challenging it.
But Wayne, if we're going to let Ricardo do that, we've got to make sure somebody's dropping back to cover him. Because if he loses the ball, which we did a few times, not necessarily him, but we lost the ball, there's then, hang on, where's Ricardo? I'm looking at three centre-backs.
Yeah, I get that. I see what Tom's saying. It seems to me that Ricky P was asked to go in midfield. He wasn't playing right back, and then when the sort of the field was set up, then that's the trigger to go in midfield. He was in midfield all the time. I think that's because he knew that West Brom would sit back, and we needed to get an extra man in midfield. But I think the system works, but with Vestergaard and Faz, it exposed their weaknesses in that system. I know I prefer Ricky P in midfield, because I think Ricky P is a technical player, is what you need in that central midfield. What I had issue with was when JJ went off and Samari went in, because he's not as technical as JJ. I think that's the system that Marty wants, because there is no point in having four players at the back when West Brom are only playing one guy forward, or playing 4-5-1, which West Brom were doing quite often. And there's no point in having extra personnel at the back that are redundant. I think that's why Marty shoved Ricky P into the middle to try and affect the game more.
So are you saying then, Wayne, that we should, with three at the back, still have two in front of them? I'm going to check my maths here. I don't want to end up with 15 players on the pitch. So you're saying we should be going 3-2-5-1?
If West Brom, it depends on how. So obviously you have the team news and people say, I don't know, a 4-3-2-1 and different things. But then when the game starts, they're playing an extra man in midfield, or they're pushing one of the midfielders up into and make it to him. So it just depends on how the game plays out. And I don't know whether it was predetermined, but it was clear that Ricky P was asked to play all the time in midfield, and then break forward. And I do think that that depends on how the team sets up. And there is no point. It's like towards the end of the game, West Brom was still sat back, and it's okay having three defenders passing the ball round at the back, because then that means that you've got 7 of your players and there's 10 of their players. So 7 of your players are trying to create attacks with 10 players behind the ball. So I'm a big fan of not having redundant defenders at the back when you need to affect play further on. That's That's my personal wish for a game of football.
It makes sense, though, Jim. Like you say, if you don't want those extra defenders back, but you've also got to be careful about being caught on the break, which we were doing an awful lot. We were getting caught out, and like I say, West Brom, they were the best team we've played so far this season, and they deserve. We stole a point today. They should have been going home with all three. So, like you say, it is a risky game, and I suppose it depends whether you want to play defensively or whether you want to sort of go for it. But we did get caught out quite a bit with the breaks.
No, they played the long ball well. They had they saw the players. I mean, they got called offside a few times, but they certainly, like Wayne said earlier, were structured. I think they probably followed their game plan that their manager set up to a T. I just think our manager ended up pushing the right buttons, whether it be his strategic setup or how he wants to play, or just the right players coming in, and maybe a stroke of luck at the end. But no, it was one of the better disciplined teams that we've played this year, and we'll take a draw.
Definitely. We had our moments. I'm not saying we didn't have our moments in that first half after we'd gone down, and sometimes we were playing nice little, short passes. I know Faye's caught Vestergaard out once with a pass that was like, shorter than a 7-inch ruler. But generally speaking, we did have some good. You love my sayings, Wayne. We did play some very, but it's that final pass again. It always lets us down.
Yeah, that's where we need to evolve with a side. I would definitely agree with that, because if we're going to do this system, then we need to make sure Fataru is affecting every game. And tonight, Fataru didn't affect the game as much as he would, which means we look a bit toothless, right? And Mavididi, I thought, had a better game tonight, but once again, did he have any shots on goal from an inside forward position? No. And that's a part of the system if we're going to play it, right? Going back to my theory about Ricardo and Winks. If you're going to play the system, then Mavididi and Fatu have got to be coming in and shooting, especially when Ayu's up top. And that didn't happen, I'd agree. So I would say the one thing we need to learn is we need to continue to evolve. Marty has shown he's willing to evolve. If this is going to be the system, then I think it is a case now of we tried this personnel as a starting 11. Time to tweak the starting 11 for next time out, especially at the top end, and look at seeing if we can refresh it a little bit and see if we can, like Gray has just rightly said there, especially in those positions, add a bit of quality there.
Might we not have won this game at the King Power Test Passions? I don't necessarily think where you play these days makes much of a difference. I don't think the King Power is a fortress, and I don't think Hawthorns. This is, they've not beaten us in 6 visits, Wayne. But it was very much in that first half, swings from one. It was like playing, what do they call it, where you stick a ball on a pole and you hit it from one side to the other.
Swing ball. Swing
ball, that's it. It was like a game of swing ball, because, and I can't wait to see this from the review on Monday. 5:45, folks. That. Where they show the graph where who's got the most momentum. And I'm sure, certainly in the first half, it's going to be up and down, up and down, up and down. It was sort of nobody, well, apart from obviously West Brom had the advantage of having the goal. But in that first half, did we look like scoring?
I don't think we did really. We'd sort of had a couple of half chances, but I mean, what the keeper made, no shots on target in the first half. And that's kind of what different people in the chat and Tom have said about being toothless. And that I do think West Brom were quality in creating chances from quite ordinary passages of play, really. And I think that the difference in quality is where we are lacking in being able to penetrate into the box to get really good scoring opportunities.
I've got to say, Jim, 2 players that, and I was impressed with Mavididi in this game. I thought he did all right. To say that, the stick he's been taking for missing that, and obviously he deserves it to a point. But as long as it doesn't get too sort of personal. But I can't believe I'm actually scratching my hair and putting my fingers through it like it's real. But I thought Mavididi had a decent game, and that James was linking up well with him.
No, I think Mavididi had a better first half than the second. And like you said, he's been catching a lot of flack just for not impacting the game, and also because he's got the kid sitting right behind him. So everybody who wants to see him, or wherever it is, right there, I think he's under that pressure. But he played a decent first half. I think that James was really linking up. I thought he was playing extremely well. He was headed for my man of the match, and then he got pulled. I was really surprised about that. That was probably one of the biggest surprises of the game for me.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in that first half, 61% possession to us. We had 0.75 XG compared to their 0.2, 7 shots to their 4. But here's the problem: none on target. 12 touches in the opposition box to their 3. But their goalkeeper did not have to make one save, Tom.
Yeah, and that's when we go talking about the system, right? And once again, it's funny, isn't it? Because I find myself sat here saying I think Mavididi had a better game, but then once again, I'm even doubting myself and going, well, ultimately, if this is the system we're playing, he's got to be getting shots on goal, as Fatawu has got to be getting shots on goal. And if that's not going to happen, the system falls down. You think back to the first 5 minutes, Jordan Ayew got played for and unfortunately missed that opportunity. And I do wonder if he put that in the back of the net, it would have completely changed the game a little bit, it would have opened up for us a bit more. And maybe we wouldn't have seen Carranza. We might have seen Daka second half, ironically, because they'd have been onto us more. But anyway, my point is, mate, is that I think we need to commit to this system a bit more with the players. And I think a lot of it's rebuilding that confidence back from last year as well. So that's why I'm more than happy to give them a shout out for the application and effort, at least.
Grace says here, we've said many times, not clinical enough. We have. It's going to come. And I want to talk about the substitutes. We'll go on to the second half here, Wayne. Surprised that it was James that came off. Sorry, Jim. I thought Ayew was going to come off. But I think Ayew was dropped into that number 10 role, which I think is a bit better for him. Carranza, this is going to be very unpopular. I didn't think he was all that.
No, I think he struggled with the pace of the game. That's what Marty hinted at, really. We think there's a good player in there who can finish, but he needs to get up to speed. I couldn't believe it. I was messaging Jim and going, when they showed the substitutions and Carranza's number come up, and then the number 6 come up, I'm thinking, no, James is 6. He can't be... No. Can't be Jordan James. No, it can't be. It can't be. And when I saw Samare still on, I'm thinking, right, so you got a guy who arrives late in the box, who that's a real way in this system of penetrating into the box and scoring a goal, and it gets taken off, and you left Samare on there. So it's the first time I thought, I just don't get it, Marta. I don't get what you're seeing in Samare, who's just too methodical and not aggressive and forward. Like when you can play pods or anything and you set them at 0.75 speed or 0.50. I always think Samare, which Tom says cattle prod Samare, I think his brain can only ever operate the maximum at 75% of everybody, the footballing brain. I just think he's not quick enough. So for me, that was like a mind explosion.
Yeah.
Can I just say, this is lovely. Liverpool pay out Diego Jota's contract to his family. I have to say, well done, Liverpool. That is a really, really nice touch. Nice touch. Well done. I hate to this question has ended up with you, Jim, because I'm not picking on him. Last week he was my man of the match. Ayew had a free kick at 47 minutes, and it was straight at the wall. I mean, we've been saying, like, with corners getting we didn't have I know he had 2 today, but you've got to get the ball over the free. I mean, I was just saying, as he lined it up, I said, oh, this is going to be exciting. You know, this set-piece coach has got us doing corners different, whatever you. Wham, bam, straight into the wall.
Yeah, that was quite disappointing. And you can say anything you want about Jordan Ayew. I'm all right with that. He is human, so he will make a mistake here and there. But there were a couple free kicks and corner kicks I was concerned about. So I do think if we have a coach, we need to have him work a little bit more on them. I did like some feistiness I saw late in the match in the goal box when we were getting ready to take a corner kick or a free kick. I know Vestergaard was down there getting feisty and pushing around. I'd like to see that. I want to see an edge on these guys. But yeah, it wasn't the best of kicks by number 9.
Apparently, Tom, Leicester City have the best second half record in this division at the moment.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, I would tend to say, apart from towards the end, we were totally shit in that second half. You know, everything we did right in the first half, we were doing wrong. Mavididi wasn't in it in the second half, and we were singing his praises after his first half performance. On that performance, no way are we the best second half team in the division.
Well, here's the thing. We definitely did. He definitely turned the tempo up. But you've got to appreciate when you turn the tempo up, you're going to lose a bit of accuracy. Of course you are. That's the reality of it. If you look at it today, there was one goal that went in from West Brom. That was a mistake from us. There was little things I saw. Like Mavididi had an opportunity, like the one we scored at the end with Reed, where he could have hit it. And he kind of just took too long and we lost an opportunity. That was just before he came off. And that was the moment I went, okay, it's time for Mavs to come off because that's the point, right? But Fatu did the same today, cut inside, terrible shot, overhit passes, couldn't get onto the end of passes at times as well because they were overhit to him. So all these things added up into a lot of individual errors to make that how it's ended up, Chris, really. But yeah, I think maybe I'm going to be Mr. Positive tonight. I'm even going to probably shock you with my man of the match. So I think it's going to be quite a divisive conversation and quite a divisive chat as well. But I'm still thinking bigger picture here, and I think, yeah, I think it was okay-ish.
Let me just say, I think I'm going to shock you a lot more with my man of the match.
We've got the same.
Possibly. I forgot what I was going to say there. I mean, look, we've been critical here. We did get a point, however that comes away. It's a point away from home. You're never going to complain about. We're still, let me just get the table up, because we had dropped down to 5th at one point, and West Brom were 2nd. We're in 3rd. We're in 3rd now. Obviously, we played a game. West Brom are in 6th. Both of us having obviously played a game more. But again, if I'm disappointed with the second half performance, and that in a way, Wayne, is a compliment to Marty because he's setting such high standards, you know. And if you said to me we'd be 3rd after 7 games after last season, I'd have had, you know, called the loony bin to come and get you.
Yeah,
under Rude, we're not coming back, but.
No.
Marty, I mean, I'm going to say this. Dakova Reed, what a fucking brilliant player. I've always said that.
Well, it would be if his shot was on target, wasn't it?
Hey, he had a shot. It came off somebody. That's the risk that you take.
It is true. But you know what? Marty, in his interview, he raved about Luke Thomas, saying he's one of his performances are nearly the highest in the squad, and he also raved about Bobby D. Cordova-Reid actually in an interview with Owen Palmer-Atkin. And yeah, I'd say I think as Tom said, I do think we started the second half very well, and the tempo was definitely higher. And I think if we could have scored, we probably might have gone on to win it, but we didn't. And I do think the quality of the shooting was really poor, really poor.
Did you? Sorry, I was sort of reading my notes at the same time. I just want to confirm. Did you just say that we started the second half better?
Yes, I thought it was definitely higher tempo. Did you, Jim?
What match?
Did.
what match were you playing? Because we were shit in that second half at the start. We never got out of our half for about the first 10 minutes.
Just a minute. I think this is when we made the subs, is it? I think it's when we made the subs.
Yeah.
When Monk came on at first. That's right. I do apologise, Chris. So when Monk came on,
53 minutes I've got here, because I've just written down Leicester City, the best second half team in the division. I then put at 53, West Bromwich Albion started the second half better. And we started to look like we were getting frustrated and we were getting desperate, Wayne. And you could see where the bookings started coming. And I've got a question, I'll come back to Wayne for this in a second, but or later on, I should say. But no, I didn't think we started that second half very well at all. And again, I think we were lucky not to be a second goal down.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. I've just put my head back on and realised it was quite shitty. It's when we made the substitutions that the tempo stepped up.
Yeah. So again, I'm getting my names mixed up. I meant to say Jim there. I'll put here though, Jim. Carranza was going down like a prostitute's knickers, and he got booked for diving. As did a certain youngster. Yeah, that I mean, who's been teaching him that? And I'm like, come on, guys, we're better than this. Now, if that's what Carranza is going to bring, and I'm not, Monga, we know that's not him. If that's what Carranza is going to bring to the game, stick with Ayo up front.
Well, I think we have to remember this. We need to take one step at a time. This is a process. I said this last week. I'll say it again. We are incrementally getting better. We're giving Marty things to work on. I think Grace said it in the chat. Carranza will get better. He'll get better. Marty will work with him. He's the first.
He'll get better, but you shouldn't be diving.
Well, I mean, you can analyze every player during a match and say you shouldn't have done this, you shouldn't have done that. You should.
Yeah, that's why we're here.
I know, but looking at the big picture, yeah, they need to watch the diving. But I think when you said that he is not, maybe shouldn't be on there, he will get better. He's got the talent. He will work out, like Tom said earlier. What is the alignment? What is the structure? How are they going to play? And then the players will adjust to it. Marty's going to have feedback for every player, positive and negative, and they're gonna learn from it. So, I mean, I like a little individuality and some movement, but not stupidity. And I think Marty will work through both of those. He'll say you can't afford to be stupid, but I do want you to show some individuality. But ultimately, play the plan that we're putting in place.
I don't think Carranza dived. I think he actually got caught on the foot. I was going to say, I think it should be a yellow card the other way. Monga did dive. I don't think Carranza dived. I think he got caught on the top of the foot and actually should be a yellow card the other way.
Yeah. They can't do that. Replay. They did say on the replay.
Yeah, they said on the replay. Yeah, I said, no, it was never a dive.
No.
But then again, it must have looked like a dive because I thought the referee had a really good game. And yes, no,
it was a yellow card bonanza. How?
Because we were diving, and I'm not, all right, maybe he got that one wrong, but we haven't got VAR probably, which is a good thing. We got 5 yellow cards. They got 2, and that is probably more damning of us. You're not going to get yellow cards. Just a referee. Yes, he might get wrong sometimes, but. Vestergaard got a yellow card. I think it was deserved. Pataru got a yellow card right at the end, and I must admit I missed that one, so I can't comment. Carranza got the yellow card for diving, but he had done it a couple of times. I didn't even realise Chowdhury was on the pitch, to be honest with you. But no, he wasn't. He wasn't on the pitch. No. He got fucking booked. What the fucking hell? Get a brain, Hamza. You're on the bloody bench and you've got, I think if anybody gets booked when they're sat on the bench, find them. You don't why are you doing that? And I want Marty to show some balls here. You do not get booked when you're sat on the bench.
Didn't he get booked in by mistake for Vestergaard?
No, Vestergaard got booked as well, but Hamza was criticising. I think it was the Vestergaard possibly tackle, but Hamza was sat on the bench and he got booked. Hamza never actually came on. I mean, that is how I don't get that. It's like that Liverpool guy at the when he played was it Southampton? He got a yellow card for kicking the ball away, which again you do not do. That is a stupid, childish thing to do. You're on £90,000 a week. Do not kick the ball away in frustration. He then scored the goal and took his shirt off, which every player knows is against the rules. And then another Liverpool player went up and was shaking him and saying, "What the fuck do you think you're doing? You're just going to get sent off." And Slaughter's come out and said, "Oh, I'm not going to fine him. Fine him, drop it." Well, he's going to miss games anyway. Professional footballers should know this. And if you're getting booked from the bench, then that is embarrassing. Anyway.
I think it was entirely on the referee, all this, and I'll tell you why. Because it was a physical game from the word go, Chris, and he allowed it to be a physical game. So consequently, he can't be surprised when it gets heated towards the end, when the crowd's behind everyone and the tension's building. I appreciate the passion. I tell you what, I'll say this: it's a two-sided argument. This I enjoyed this game because it was physical. I was like, this is what football should be. This is what football's lost. But there is a byproduct of that. You will get bookings down the line, and that's entirely what happened. That's on the referee. I think if he'd actually shut it down earlier, the whole situation wouldn't have unfolded the way it did. So when people are saying the referee had a good game, I'll say I liked the way he refereed it to a degree, but he didn't have a good game at all. I'm sorry, I disagree.
How many of our yellow cards were avoidable?
I think a lot of them by the referee refereeing the game properly, Chris.
No, I think by the players. The players have to. If you're booked,
no, referee sets the tempo, mate. Referee sets the tempo.
How many of those 5 yellow cards were you saying that we didn't deserve?
I'm saying they never would have happened if the referee had actually done his job right in the first half.
Well, I think Fatu was harsh, wasn't it?
It was harsh.
He was just saying that's our throw.
And the referee encouraged it. The referee encouraged them to be like that by how he ref the first half. That's my point. He set the standard. We followed the standard. I enjoyed it. I like a game like this. I really enjoyed the physicality. But there is a byproduct effect of it. And the referee could have calmed it and cut it down earlier. Premier League referees would have.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Premier League referees would take 10 minutes on VAR and then still not be sure what to do. No, I mean, I just think a lot of our free kicks could be avoided. If Carranza's wasn't a dive, and was he caught? Wasn't he caught? It's when you look at what Carranza was doing, and West Brom were doing this a lot as well. I mean, it was 3 twists, a turn, and a 6 from the Ukrainian judge. When you're going to do that, you're going to make the referee look at that and go, "Well, hang on a second." And Monga, let's just go on to Monga, because I mean he was in a different time zone when he went down.
Yeah, it was. Well, I think he's got to be careful. That's a second booking for diving he's had. And it's like Vardy. We love Vardy, but then Vardy did get in the habit of going down to try and get free kicks, especially penalties, and it did get a bit embarrassing. I think he checked himself and think, "Hang on a minute, there's a line that you got." And Monga's got to very quickly. He's got to be careful of that. That's a shame. But the one thing I'll say about the ref is, Mepham was moaning that Carranza was argy-bargying him, but the thing is that Mepham was grabbing him all over the place and being physical. So that's the kind of game it was. But I don't know whether Carranza's reputation preceded him a bit with the referee, maybe. Because he definitely, on the TV afterwards, said definitely he got caught and that was a foul on Carranza. He should not have been booked. That's what was said on the sort of CBS sort of coverage. So it's just one of those, but at least we're giving it a go. I mean, Monga just sort of elbowed somebody as soon as he came on, didn't he? And I thought...
the referee could have sent him off. He could have sent him off.
He could have.
Yeah.
Could have done. He could have. And fair play to Monga. He's a young lad, and he wanted to let the opposition know he was there, and he certainly did that. I'm going to come to you, Jim. 71 minutes, 4 subs, 2 for them, 2 for us. Christensen came on for Thomas, and I thought Thomas didn't have his best game this week. I didn't see him going forward very much at all. He kind of got just past the halfway line and kind of stopped there. He wasn't as involved. And Decova Reed coming on for AU. Now, when that was made, I'm sat there going, oh, God, no. And then it just shows I know fuck all about football. It was an amazing cross, was it not, by Fatawu into the box. And Decova Reed took it well. All right, it wasn't on target or anything like that because it was obviously given us an own goal. But you've got to kick the ball into the box, and sometimes it does hit somebody's arse and go in.
Absolutely. Let's go into the subs. I think that it was time for IU to come off. I'll say that. I was surprised it was Bobby Decova Reed. I really was. But once again, Marty knows. Marty knows more than we do. So give him credit on that. Christensen and Thomas, I may be in the minority here. I didn't think Thomas had that bad of a game. I look at the guys when they have a game. I try to make my thoughts about them by, have they cost us anything? Were they out of position? Now, I didn't watch them the whole game, every play, but there wasn't anything that stood out multiple times that I said, oh, get him off the pitch. So, and then Christensen, I know he's been injured. He's been just kind of an enigma. It was interesting to see what would happen there. So that both those subs came in. Marty, I guess, knew what he was doing. The cross was great by Fatawu. And to your point, you're not going to score goals if you don't take shots. And they will bounce off of someone to your favor sometimes, and they'll bounce against you. This happened to be in our favor. And as I told Wayne earlier, it was pre-planned, but we'll talk about that later.
2010 was West Bromwich Albion's last win at home against us, Tom, and it still goes on. Carranza again had a shot at 93 minutes that, well, I think they're still trying to get hold of the space station to send it back to us. I mean, it was embarrassing, wasn't it? And I'm just thinking here, no disrespect here, Tom. Please don't take any disrespect. But I am worried that, look, he was scoring for fun in America, but it's a different game over there. And, we got a Poku who, couldn't score in the old proverbial ladies' rooms. And I'm just a bit worried, Tom, that this guy, and it's not his fault, we got him on deadline day, didn't we? But he's got to be given time, I guess, to adapt to the game, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He came, didn't he come from PSV? He didn't come from America, did he?
No, he played most of his time in America. He then went to PSV and then came to us, yeah.
No, I got
but his PSV time wasn't as good as his... America, he was knocking them in for fun.
Yeah, it's very hard to go out there and get a striker. Southampton have gone out and spent 10 odd million quid on a guy called Downs who's got a similar profile to Carranza, and I much prefer to have Carranza because they've spent money on Downs, and I don't think he's going to be much better either. You can't buy a finished product for £10 million anymore in football. That's the way of the game. It's just not possible. So you've got to go for someone you see some quality in, going back to maybe the Nigel Pearson way of thinking, the Steve Walsh way of thinking, someone who's a bit of a rough diamond, but has got the right attitude to maybe contribute the game. So there's no need to burn the bridges without Carranza today, because I'm sure a bit of training and hopefully a bit of a tactical switch up and a little bit more of a little tinker around at the top, so we can make sure if we are going to play with inside forwards, they're getting shots away. If not, then make sure we have a target man, make sure we have the attacking midfielder getting the shots away. That is where now we need to progress. I think defensively we're not too bad, but no, I don't think it's the time to be picking too many holes in him. I think once again, at least he showed a lot of desire. He could have been a Ramsey, he could have got sent off. So I like to see desire. You know what I'm like? I like a bit of passion in my football.
You do.
Well, you see me watch other sports. You see how passionate I get. Yeah. So
I've met you, mate. I know how passionate you are. I'm still not walking properly. Let me say that shot, though, I did think I was watching an NFL game. It went that high and over. But were we playing to his strengths, Wayne? I mean, in the first half, And look, we know AU isn't the best player to actually get crosses into and expect him to sort of be on the end of them. He's more of a, passing it, to feet. Where Carranza, I think he's probably more that sort of player. And then we didn't seem to be getting as many crosses in the second half.
No, I think Fatawu, I think Mavididi ran out of steam. A few players were. I mean, Ricky P's passes were going off. There were just mistakes happening, and I think we just ran out of steam and ideas because they were just really super organised, West Brom. And I do think Carranza, there's one bit, sometimes when players are playing and then they sort of lift the shirt up to what a sweat and you think, my God, you've got a six-pack on you. But I did look at Carranza and thinking, have you got a bit of a beer belly going on there? So I don't know whether he's really intelligent and multiple believes in him, but I don't think he's anywhere near match fit. And I think the sharpness in the box, you've got to have quick mind and get there. And I think he might be a month or so off from that. But I think he will score.
If only we had a second striker that knew where the net was. I don't think Daka touched the ball when he came on, to be honest with you. The problem I think we've got here, Jim, 13 shots, 1 on target, and that was one of their defenders putting the ball in the net. I mean, that is not promotion form, is it?
No, it's almost like there's a couple guys behind the net moving the net around when we're taking shots or something. I don't know what, especially the ones that they were leaning back and driving up over the crossbar. It seemed like we had shots, but it like you said, on the stat line, it did not show up. Once again, gives you something to work on in training and finishing we need. Confidence for Carranza. Getting Daka on a little earlier when we need something next time. I don't know, but no, when you have that big difference in shots and shots on goal, we got to improve that.
I did actually ask for but I did actually ask for Daka to come on because we I think we lacked that speed up front, and I think that's something that Carranza maybe hasn't got. But then again, look, we've got to play different to Vardy. We can't carry on playing as if he's still there. So maybe we have to change the style. 5 minutes added on, Tom. And I said when we were 1-0 down, I don't know if I said this at half-time or just after half-time, I'd take the point now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that's a way to look at it because you look at the chances they had second half as well. You talk about deflections; they had a shot through some legs, and it luckily went to Jacob. Jacob made a couple of good saves to keep the game at 1, didn't he? So I think when you look at it in that way, yeah, it's good to come out and get the point. When we get some other teams who are going to be a little bit lower than West Brom, that's really where we're going to see how well this system's going to do. Because Oxford gave us a really difficult game, so did Charlton, which is the interesting thing. It seems to be a standard throughout the entire division from top to bottom of how we're getting just a point at the moment, which is why we go back to the tactics again. We've got to progress it a bit further, right? But it was a good point. Really.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, we would never have got that last season. Even in this division, if he was the same guy. I
can see why Luton got relegated, because I tell you what, if you don't come in and put a shift in this league, you get in trouble quick. It's a very physical one, isn't it?
Well, this is the thing with, talking about yellow cards earlier, Wayne. This is a very physical league, but we know that. Within a couple of seasons, we were here there before.
Yeah, and that's the difference. I think Monger, he's got great ability, but it's like the young lads go down to League One and League Two, and it's so different from under 21s. Because you can sort of think, oh yeah, it's only Leyton Orient or it's Chef Wednesday, but they're all super well drilled. They are physically very fit, and if they've got a good manager, tactically they're really good. And I mean, like West Brom, I was super impressed with their technical ability on the ball.
Good,
to find each other, the positionally were excellent actually, and when you think so, the double team Fatu and Mavididi sometimes have 3 people on them, and that's when you want an attack. If you got something like Aaron Ramsey in the middle, that's when the gaps in the middle. And that's what we lack today, I think. I think Marty, with his ideal system, if he got the right personnel in the middle of the field, JJ, Aaron Ramsey, I think will drive through and score a couple of goals, to be honest.
Bear with me, Jim, because I just want to have a second question here. And there's only one person I can ask this question to, and that's Wayne. Mongo wasn't particularly very good today, he says, putting it politely.
I know, when Jim, when Chris started asking you about are you, Jim?
Yeah.
I thought, you're going to get off lightly. I'm going to get a right good, shoe iron in the boxing, horseshoe in the boxing glove, mate.
The problem is, though, is he's so bloody good normally. He's allowed an off game every now and again. The guy, look, he's learning. I say he's only just 16, but this, was not his best game. But that's because he sets himself such high standards.
Yeah, he is. I think in the Premier League, you get more time. People won't crunch you in the Premier League, but you've got to be really quick thinking. And Mongo does suit playing in the Premier League more, I think. And this is super physical, and it's a big learning curve for him. And that's why I don't think. I agree. He shouldn't be starting. I love Mongo. I think he will develop, but he's got to do it in the right time against the right opposition. And the physical side of nature, that's big for a lad who's 16. I don't care what anybody's saying. Same with Louis Page. They'll find it a real challenge to play week in, week out in the Championship.
Tom, did you want to add some?
Just a quick little one. I think Mongo, when he started, he was being a bit too cute with the football. He was passing it backwards far too much, but you need to be getting forward at that point. He needed to be driving with the ball at his feet and creating the space down the flank and getting crosses in. That's a little criticism I'll give to him. There's times you do the cute little pass. There's times you've got to drive forward, mate. But he'll learn.
Did any of... Well, all right, we know Dakova Reed. Aside from Dakova Reed, Daka came on at 81 minutes. I didn't even know he was on. Monga 64, Carranza 48, Christensen 73. Again, only 4 subs made when you've got 5, but it worked. Did anybody...
Didn't they have 5?
Sorry. It was off my screen. Sorry. He did make 5. Apart from Dakova Reed, did any of them sort of change the game for you?
Not really.
No.
Not really. I think when Marty put him in, he had a plan, he had a reason. But if it was something we didn't see, and afterwards he said you did exactly what I wanted you to, maybe so. But no, I wouldn't say any. Besides Dakova Reed shooting and getting the goal off of a defender. Really, the other ones really didn't. I mean, we had 1-2 yellow cards, and Daka, like you said, wasn't in that long. And Christensen really didn't affect. He had a couple nice runs, and no, not really.
I think it was, we got out of jail there, definitely. The hardest team we've played this season. They looked really, really good, and they're going to be in the mix at the end of the season, definitely. They were unlucky, and I think going into Tuesday's game, that will give us a boost, because, like I said, I don't think we actually deserved it. But, look, we take the point. How often has it worked against us, where we played really well and succumbed to a last-minute double from Tottenham. Right, let me go round then, because I do have Alan's performance and man of the match in. So, I'm going to give you mine first on this. So, we're going to start with performance. I'm probably going to... this isn't going to go down well. I'm going to give us 5, I'm afraid. I wasn't overly impressed. Passes were going astray. Don't you look at me like that when you've given 5 for a performance before, young Tom. You have no room to speak. No, I think it wasn't our best performance. And if we ever deserve to lose... Thank you, Gray. But I like the cut of that man's jib. I've always said Gray knows his football. He knows what he's talking about. I'll PayPal you some money over, mate. I just don't think it was an all-round good performance. When you have the domination you have, it doesn't mean you're having a good game, because it's what you do with the domination, and they did not do enough. And again, I just want to say, 13 shots, one on target, which wasn't even one of our players, 9 shots off target. It's not good enough. I'm sorry, it's not good enough. So for me, it only just gets a 5. Tom?
Let me be devil's advocate. Let me do it. I'll be the one hated in the chat. I'm giving a 7. I know it's harsh that people are going to go mad at me here, but I've got reason behind it. I've got one of my crazy reasons. I don't want the players to see this and see that anyone's getting upset about the lack of effort. Because I tell you what, if we lose our heads now because we've got 3 points, just 3 draws in a row, and we start dropping tools, we will plummet down this division. We need to maintain this level of work rate. We need to improve quality. That's on Marty. On the players tonight and how they applied themselves to the game and their effort, it's a 7 for me. There we go.
Jim.
Wow. Tom, I appreciate your honesty and the fact that you thought about that. I mean, you really put a lot of thought into that. You're not going to believe this, Chris. I hate to agree with you. So I won't. I actually had somewhere between.
You asked me earlier. How do we get on without you?
I actually had somewhere between a 5 and a 6. I'm always that glass half full, and I look at, that was dismal. You can throw those stats at me. They played a very structured team. They played a very physical team. They played on the road. He mixed it up. He had players in and out, 5 subs, strange times. But all in all, we got a point. Whether we stole it or whatever, we got a point. I would say a 6. It easily could have been a 5, but I'm going to go with a 6.
In fairness, 5, 6, it's much the same. 6, 7. It's not out the realms of possibility. And I don't think they should get. I mean, if you play as and you come out with a 5, and we still get a point, that's a positive in itself. Wayne?
Yeah, I'd say 5. I think the difference for me is
I like you, Wayne.
I get what Tom's saying about the effort.
Now he does.
For a long time, that's been sadly lacking. But I do think it's quality, and I think for Marty, we thought defensively we're brilliant, although actually with Vestergaard and Faz in now, if teams now know that's a weakness, and that is a big concern for me going forward, but it's a fact of quality. And sometimes, although we didn't get any shots on target, we had a lot of half chances that if people make better decisions in the box, they could have scored a goal. So, and I do think it's like before the match, if we'd have got 3 points against Oxford, we would be second. And I do think a lot of teams in this division are quite ordinary. I know the battling teams, but I don't see a lot of quality there. I don't think there's going to be 3 teams or 4 teams storming away with it this season. So I think it's a 5 because I think we're getting exposed for the lack of quality we've got in the box.
Yeah. Chris, before you go forward, Prashant has a good question.
Yeah, I was just give me a chance.
Good.
Good God, you're trying to make up for all the times America's been late by getting in there early.
No.
First of all, Alan has given, who's the official, obviously, guy, he's given them a 6. So, yeah, around the same. Prashant makes a very good question there, which I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted. No, I'm joking, of course. I would only give them a 6 because I think when you've had as many attempts as they had not to put the ball in the back of the net, they should have been out of sight. they should not have been worried about us getting a last-minute goal, which would have been a compensation goal. They should have had three. We predicted, Tom and me, 3-1. It should have been easily 3-1 the other way. And that's why I can't give them, possibly, we don't do halves, so I've got to go for 6 or 7, so I'm going to go 6. Very, very quickly, Tom, what would you go for?
I'll give them an 8 because of what Wayne said about how they marked Mavididi and Fatawu. That stopped the scoring. 8.
8 for me.
8 for you.
8 because they did what they needed to do. Apart from a deflected goal, they would have come away with 3 points.
Yep.
But they were holding on, and they should have scored a lot more. But you guys are entitled to your opinion. As always, you're wrong, but you know what? It is what it is. Before we go on to man of the match, I just want to say we haven't got another message coming in. Is this Kate, I ask?
You are showing Chris your love and supporting his show. Whenever Barak is away on a book tour, late at night I like to undress, get into bed, turn Chris on as he does me, and fall asleep listening to him. Love you, Chris. Come and visit us soon. My hubba bubba. Have a good day.
La 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 la. La, la, la,
Michelle, lovely woman there.
I ain't afraid of no lawsuit. Jesus, mate, carry on.
Yeah, fellow Obama's been on the show.
I don't think she could have a problem with that.
I don't think you slammed me for my joke last week. My word.
No, it was who you mentioned.
Yeah, true. I don't mention these people anymore. I've been told.
No. I didn't know. The joke might have been funny, and Gray again thinks he liked it. But it was the fact that I haven't done him, if you like, as a voiceover. I just want to make you feel at home here, Jim.
You just keep it coming, Chris. Keep it coming.
Something else Michelle said to me. Right, man of the match. I am going to get brickbats for this, especially after what happened with the goal. But and the two were there right from the start. I've got to say, I thought FaZe had a really, really good game. He was defending well. Yes, he made the one mistake, but it wasn't just him. Vestergaard contributed. Had Vestergaard done his job, FaZe might not have had to do his. So between them, they cocked it up. But I thought he distributed the ball well. I thought he quite often pumped. I mean, Vestergaard was putting the balls through on the ground. FaZe was knocking them over the top. Maybe that's not a sort of a game we play, but I'm going to say I thought he had a pretty decent game. And I'm going to make it even worse now because my deserves a mention was Sumare. No, I thought had a pretty decent game. And I'm looking at the ratings on the BBC here, and neither of those two guys did very well in the ratings. Just shows how we can all see different things. But I thought he was linking up with other players, Sumare. In fact, I'll probably swap it over, and I will probably go for Sumare as the man of the match with FaZe as the deserves a mention, actually. But this, I think, was the best I've seen Sumare in a long, long time. Tom?
I'm in three minds. I'll go with the other one just to play devil's advocate. Ricardo. I think Ricardo, when he affected the game, I mean, you look at we couldn't score a goal, right? He was the one trying to score a goal when they couldn't do it up at the top end, right? And he was taking accountability, sweating his balls off, running around. I think that's a good leadership by example. But Sumare was on my list as well. I think actually you've got to get a counter prod to get out of him, but he did move around a lot more today. And towards the end, he was part of the movement to get us the goal. Sorry, over to you.
And I think he partnered up well with Mavididi as well. Jim, if you say Ayu, I'm kicking you out the show.
Well, I have to. No. I told you earlier, I was heading towards James until he got pulled because I thought he played extremely well. Like you talked about the back line. I thought Yannick Vestergaard had some really good plays, passing the ball out. I liked his feistiness, covering in front of the goal. I want to see the center backs taking charge back there. And if you have an edge to you, I'm good with that. But My honorable mention is Ricky P. I really liked him going forward. Tom taught us a lot about strategy and tactics earlier, and now I learned a lot from it. But I liked him going forward, and I do think he's captaining us well. My man of the match was Winks. I thought he was up. I thought up on the offensive side. I watched him come back and play midfield, move the ball around. He took 2 shots. Now both of them happen to go well over the crossbar, but we need that midfield to cause something up front, some disturbance to their back line. And I may be, like I said, I may be on my own island with that, but I gave it to Winks.
Oh, fair point. Wayne?
Is your island in the Caribbean or the Seychelles, Jim?
It's Caribbean.
Well, I'm on that same island. The amount of times that I looked at Wink, and I basically thought, I don't want to see Winks at the club anymore.
Me too.
The amount of times I looked at Winks taking the ball under pressure.
Well, in this game, you didn't want to see him at the top.
No, I mean,
No.
after his shenanigans a few games ago, I thought, get him out. Yeah, but I mean, I thought he had an okay game, but you do see more, like Kate said, you see a lot more at the ground when you see it live. But this game, it took the ball in some super tight spaces and either dinked right and left and just bought itself a bit of time, span round on the ball, carried the ball or flicked it. And I think he looked quality and class. And a few times I literally said, wow, that is brilliant play. And I'd say he's shone today, absolutely shone.
Yeah. Let's hope he turns that way.
Do you have a deserves a mention?
Yeah, deserves a mention. Ricky P. He's just super quality on the ball. I think he ran out of steam. He was absolutely bollocksed by the end of it, pardon my French. And that's why I got dragged. But he's another quality, and you think, Marty, we've got to link together. And Marty's got to try and do that. If we do, we're great. But if we don't, we'll still misfiring, really. But Rick, we've got the quality there.
I don't expect, but then again, I'm always wrong, but I don't expect Ricky to necessarily start on Tuesday because of his age. I think we could see Hamza starting. Might even see a different formation. Who knows? Interestingly, somebody agreed with Alan, who was at the match. In fact, 2 of you agreed because he went for Winks. And he didn't have a bad game, you know. And this is the thing, I'm not saying that anybody out there was a donkey or had a bad game. It was just one of those games where we came up against the best side that we've come up against this season. I would be very surprised if we put that sort of performance in against a Wrexham, if you like, on Tuesday. I'll be very disappointed. Interestingly, on the BBC, where people can vote give their scores to players, Leicester's man of the match was Harry Winks with 5.93. So we didn't get any of our players over a 6. And just to sort of balance that out with what everybody was saying about and moaning when I said 6 for them for their performance as a team, only one player for West Bromwich Albion got over or got 6 or more. Everybody else for them was under 5, and that, I'm guessing, is West Bromwich Albion fans. So they necessarily weren't impressed. I have to say that the worst performing player was Daka. Kind of get that. Hayes was next bottom with 4.28.
I think you saw that, and then you changed your vote to Samare. That's what happened.
Faze is still getting my deserves a mention.
Oh, okay.
The second worst was Fatawu, because if he's the guy that's getting us goals and opportunities, today he was very, very wasteful, I'm afraid. And you've got to look at it that way. If he wants to be a top quality footballer, you've got to rein that in.
Fatawu got 5.66 and was third. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6th was Dakova Reed. Second was still Archik don't think he did anything particularly bad, but he didn't do anything outstanding. I have to say, the man of the match overall was a certain Illing Jr. Now, I will go out and say I was very, very impressed with him, not just because of the goal. He was all over the place, and he was he was the one player that really was causing. I was glad when he went off. 6.45 with was their man of the match, was the whole man of the match, sorry. And I would have said, if we've got any spare money, let's get him in January. It isn't going to happen, obviously, but I was very, very impressed with him today.
What was the name of that player, Chris? Was it
Sorry?
Parsley Sauce? Parsley Sauce, the name of that player? Because it was all over the place.
You've lost Chris.
You have Parsley Sauce.
Yeah, all over the place. We places of fish.
All over the place.
Parsley Sauce.
Saw it coming. Great joke, mate.
When you got to explain them.
Yeah.
He was only explaining it to you, Chris. So all three of us started pissing ourselves.
That was too clever for me. That was the problem. You had a double meaning in there as well as the joke, and I'm old and I'm thick, But before we go, we're going to hand over, as we always do, to young James there, who's going to be coming up with, and I'm sure my hair's going to get mentioned here. Three things that you've learnt from today, Jim.
First of all, on a serious note, because that's what you want, serious. We all agree West Brom really played a good match. They were the better team, very good structure, and probably the best team we played this year. So we learned that out of their performance. And on a little caveat on that, that's not to take away, even though we didn't play have a great performance as a team, we still took a point out of a team at their place that played extremely well. It was very physical. So that was one thing we learned. Secondly, Marty's not afraid to make changes. He is convincing us he knows what the hell he's doing because he's making changes. And when he does, we all look back and say, man, that was a good move, good change. So we have, what did you say earlier, Chris, about all faith in Marty or something like that?
In Marty we trust.
In Marty we trust. So I think that's another thing that's we're continuing to learn. Along with a new stat that I just heard. The stat that Chris said, who is on top the most? I think that's pretty kinky to bring that up. Now, I don't know how that you're going to measure who's on top. Is that something you do yourself, or is that, oh, well. So that's one stat.
I'm trying to think. Are you on about the momentum?
Yes. I just heard that, and I heard momentum, and I heard, Chris is going to start measuring who's on top the most. I
didn't know you were talking about that on Michelle Obama, to be honest with you.
And last, I got a little. Go ahead.
Now, if you watch the review show on Monday, I do put a stat up that is like a coloured graph, and it shows, it's like a heart monitor thing where it goes up and down, and it shows you who's on top at particular points of the game.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. And then we got a little bonus one just for you today. After all those dumb American comments, who is the only one who called this 1-1 draw? Who? The dumb American? That's it. Not you, Chris. 1-1.
I have to say, well done. Through gritted teeth, I grant you, but well done. You probably means you're going to overtake me in the prediction league.
It's only one game, but
well, can I just say, last week I got the first game on Friday night right, and then got not one single point after that. But there was 8 people last week who got 0 in the prediction.
Nobody here though.
No,
I don't think it was any of us. No. I'm going to just. Sorry, Wayne.
Just one thing I will say, although I did think Jim loves Leicester City and is a really ardent fan, very faithful. When West Brom scored the goal, I was like, oh my God, I'm absolutely disgusted. But Jim was like, well, 1-0 isn't bad. And I'm thinking, why is that? And then it came out later, he predicted 1-1.
Well, I said, hey, they got the one there. No, what I said to you and Tom was, there's the one that they need to get. Now we got to go get ours. Magic.
I never saw us getting the 3 that we needed, Tom. Very quickly, I want to ask one question to Tom and to Jim here, not to Wayne, because I actually asked him this earlier, and he accused me of always asking really hard questions. I can't remember exactly what you said, Wayne, but we were talking about preparing for the press conference review show. I'm just going to get this up here because it was a very good point that you made. Here we go. Let me go further. You just watched the press conference and you said, can this bromance get any better, Marty? And I asked you, do you think we would have felt this good about him had he followed Enzo? And you said, bloody typical difficult question. Tom, let me come to you first. Had Marty followed Enzo, would we be feeling this bromance towards him?
It's a difficult one because we'd be in the Premier League, wouldn't we? So we wouldn't be in the Championship. It's a completely different kettle of fish. I would say we'd feel a lot more bromance to what we felt for Ruud van Nistelrooy and Steve Cooper. So I'll say, yeah, I think we would have because I think it's a similar tactical system. What's interesting about that quickly, Chris, is we dominated under Enzo. I know we had a dodgy bit at the end, but we pretty much dominated the league under Enzo.
Yeah,
hasn't the Championship got more difficult in 2 years? We're trying a similar thing. We can't just do it anymore. Interesting.
And I would just throw this in. He's got a different team to work with. I think after Enzo, we still had some talent. And I mean, certainly with Vards and KDH and some others that have left us since then. So I think this is a young team with some older guys hanging on. And I think what Marty's doing is really impressive. So I still think it's impressive. And even if we had to, I guess we'll say this, if the team turned around after Enzo and we were left with this, it would be impressive. If it was the team that Enzo had, not as impressive. But still, he's a good teacher.
I only wanted a yes or no. Guys, thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Look, you can go away and I think you can enjoy your weekend after that because it felt like a win. It did feel like a win. I think we are possibly back on Sunday night because we're doing the preview for Wrexham. And then on Monday night, we're going to have the match review for this and then the championship review with Tom later on in the evening. Stay online, Tom, because I'm just going to have a quickie with you.
Jaguars play 4 p.m. Our time, which would be 9 p.m. your time. Shush. They play the 49ers, the San Francisco 49ers in San Fran. Just throw that in there.
I was a bit worried about whether I'm going to be up early, whether I'd be able to sleep or not. You've given me a very good excuse to do it.
And after that, we're watching hockey.
Oh, no, hockey.
Yeah, Wednesday night next week. Wednesday.
Sorry, Tom.
So I say Wednesday night next week. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, carry on.
Weren't you yawning, Chris, during the match today?
What, the Leicester match?
Yeah, I thought sure you were yawning a little bit.
Probably because I was tired, not because of the match. I do need an afternoon. I'm at that age where I need an afternoon nap now. Guys, Tom, Wayne, Jim, thank you all very much as always. I love this part of the show. And we'll see you. Are you all free Tuesday night?
Yeah.
I'll see you there with my dodgy scores.
I will. I must remember to do that tomorrow. The predictions. Hopefully I'll see if Michelle and Donald are available, and if they are,
it's good. That was good. Donald was good, so I'm going to replay that afterwards. That was good.
Indeed, and I'll see if my lady friend AI is available as well. Guys, if you wonder what I'm talking about, go and check the Prediction League. Thanks very much. Have a great weekend, everybody. And see you Sunday night, one and all. Good night, guys.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.